Hey, thank you for a couple of resubs to start us off this morning. Appreciate it. Strawberry Pork coming in hot for the 18 months. Flockin' Knockaman, thank you for the 16 months. Good morning, good morning. It's a Monday, gamers. Hang on to your butts, it's gonna be one. I have a boosty pack. Black Monday 2.0. You think we hit a breaker by lunch? I saw it was negative 4.5 when I refreshed before going live here a second ago. Breaker before lunch feels realistic. You can tell I'm a liberal because I just can't handle this much winning. Drakasha, thank you for the over 2 years. I haven't subbed since the Magic days, but that stream title brought me back. Thank you for your contribution. I appreciate you. You know, I thought about putting a ticker on the screen. Should we? I could totally do that. Let me see if this works. I think I could do this relatively easily. Ooh, it's got filters. I don't know why I lost my background by default. Look at that. Look at that. That's so clean. That's so clean and easy. We'll be like the opposite of Fox News. When the ticker's so bad that Fox News takes it down, we'll put one up. We injected bleach into the stock veins. Oh, man. I'll put the little refresh timer up down there, too. Look at that. Clean and easy. Johnny Spud, thank you for the quarter of a year. I appreciate that. Welcome back. And Made coming in hot with the 93-month resubscription. 84 is 7 years, so 93 is almost 8. That's such a long time. Welcome, welcome, welcome back. Different lifetime that we were grinding SCGs together, for sure, for sure. So much winning. All right, we're gonna jump into a game here in just a second once I'm done putting tickers on the screen for the sake of the meme. Ooh, it got green for a second, chat. Maybe things are gonna be okay. Maybe things are gonna be okay. Zeus Juice, thank you for the 5 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Anniver coming in hot for the 16. That's better. Math on a Monday. Ooh, it got green again. Look at that. What a Monday. All right. Did I claim all these? Like I claimed all these. I did not claim all these. I keep buying the dip, but it keeps getting dippier. All right, last meme before we. What was that? All right, where's the button? This was shared in the Hoaglandia Discord server, and it made me chuckle. It's a good internet meme. It is a banger. Oh. All right, we're gonna start with some Arceus Heatran this morning, I think is my plan. CJNJ, thank you for the 78 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Good morning. Where are we starting? I think we're like midway through Ultra 3. Third of the way through Ultra 3? That's less than I remember. That's less than I remember. What a phrase I'm gonna be saying a lot in the next couple of weeks. Is this climb pretty rough? Pokemon Pocket has the longest, most tedious climb of any digital card game I've ever touched. And I don't think it's particularly close. If you haven't checked it out, Fathor Newman, I give a breakdown of a lot of the numbers here in this video if you want something to chew on. I think I'm doing this and hoping to draw my copy of Leaf. It's close though. So unfortunate that we started on our Arceus here. If we'd started on Heatran, they'd be cooked. As this might be in trouble. Yeah, yikes. I think we're dead. I think I'm just all in on hoping for Leaf at this point. Even then, Cyrus is going to give us a hard time. Sir Miss a lot, thank you for the 44 months. Welcome back. I don't think this is a 2-leaf deck, but we'll see. Yeah, I don't take a mulligan here. So long, rank points. How'd they do ya? Wouldn't want the Shreep title to be a liar. Is Pawbot viable at all? Pawbot is the full art from the new PvE event, yeah? I'd be surprised if so. Does the skill of opponents increase notably between ranks? Absolutely not. I think the average deck quality or quantity of off-meta things decreases notably, but the types of plays your opponents are making are roughly the same all the way through. Yeah, I'm on 7 basics, yeah? 7 basics and 1 copy of Leaf. I think I'm happy with that. Let's take a mulligan here. Morning, Paper Darth. We might brew with Promo Ekans today. It could be okay. We'll give Clodsire a shot. Why are... I feel like one of my scenes are off here. We are going second. Opponent is playing Fire Energy. I think I lead Duck against Fire Energy. Duck slightly better against Charizard. Oh yeah, weird. My hand position was slightly off. Oh yeah, everything on my overlay is slightly off. Weird, why is that? I have to figure that out, I suppose. What could be causing that? Nah, I think the browser overlays shouldn't impact the sizing of anything. Is this screen correct? Yeah, weird that this screen is correct, but this one is not. Or this one is not. They hit their evolution. That's pretty bad for us. Think we just start hammering Charizard here. I'll have to fix these other ones in. Weird. It's like everything, it's not resized, but everything is like slightly shifted because it's all the right sizing. It's just like slightly like moved everything down for some reason. Oh, you know what? I think I updated OBS over the weekend. Wonder if that had an impact. It could have, yeah. Hit this energy. They clear this. I put something else up. They clear this. I put an energy. I hit them. No, wait. Shoot. I messed up. I needed... Shoot. I needed to, cape this so it didn't die to the Moltres, and I blame my overlay. I had to click it too quick. Are we cooked again, or have we cooked again? Yeah, shoot. Alright. OBS doing its best Windows impersonation. Yeah, it's really annoying. Just like actually every single element from my overlay is just shifted down. Morning, Tukano. Alright, I've got like 14 more points for this one while I sit here and adjust my overlay back to where it's supposed to be. These bits lined up accordingly. I really wish it wasn't so hard to see their active energy when you're starting. The basic overlays on this stuff is so medium. Water energy. Duck into Palkia with first energy advantage is solid for us, I think. I really want to hit my Rotom in this type of position, so I think I research before we Pokeball to make it more likely to find the Rotom. Dathos, thank you for over 2 years. Welcome back. Good morning, good morning. Well, this means they're not leafing this turn, which seems stellar for us. So the game plan from here is definitely murder the Gyarados, yeah? Only gotta tap it twice more for Arceus to be able to clean it out with this copy of Cyrus. CJNJ, thank you for the 6.5 years. And Zeus Juice coming to hot for the 5 months. Good morning, folks. probably coming down to a Palkia flip. Marlin, thank you for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. Whoa, they're switching into the Manaphy? That seems so good for us. So, from here, with the Dawn draw, I just go Arceus, clear your Manaphy, Dawn this energy up. And then hopefully with the Cyrus, we finish up here. I love cards with free retreat cost, chat. They're my kink. Well, as always, Misty is here. Manta Ray Burrito, thanks for watching so much Hoaglandia over the last little bit. Welcome to the land of the Shillionaires. Ah, Hoaglandia Shillions, the one economy that's truly recession-proof. Buy low, gamers, buy low. So they can't both leaf this out and heal it with Iridos. They would need, like, Leaf plus a cape, or like X speed plus a cape. And even if they pull this out, if they can't heal it, Rotom chases it down right now. If they have a potion or a cape, double Misty Heads could save them here. But they need the sustain alongside it to not get cleared by the Rotom. Dead. Do I want 2 Rotom in this deck? I'm torn. I went back and forth on whether or not I wanted 2 Rotom or 2 Ducks. Well, I'm gonna leave the 2 Ducks for now, but we might go to 2 Rotom later. It's a tough choice. Definitely a compelling, this game here, a compelling reason to play more. Let's just go to 8 basics. Yeah, that's true. We could go to 8 basics. The Rocky helmet could maybe go. Having more basics reduces the chance that we start on Arceus, which is something we desperately don't want to do. Just play 21 cards is the real answer right there. It's green, chat. See, people said probably thought I put the tickers up there to Doomscroll. Maybe they're up there to be optimistic. We're certainly beating the overseas market so far this morning. They got slaughtered. A lot of opposing fire energy this morning. I'm gonna lead Rotom actually, because I could retreat for free if we end up wanting the Farfetch'd in the active. I would be kind of surprised if either of the promo cards were playable, but that doesn't mean we won't try them today. I'll put that how we're feeling. Yeah, Ekans and Floatzel were both due. The term dead cat bounce as it applies to the stock market is one that was new to me, but it's hilarious. Right, there's our Arceus. It's our final of the 4 for the bench. I'm not gonna Rocky Helmet the Rotom because there's a chance we want to put a cape on it so it lives a Heat Blast. Blood Graham, thank you for the 3rd of a year. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Alright, there's a Charizard, but it doesn't have any energy on it as of yet. I think I want to take one more tap on here at least. So that way if we top deck Cyrus at any point, we can just like yank it up and clean it out. But unless we draw Cyrus, we probably want to pivot to smacking the Moltres to kind of force it to the active spot. So our one copy of Cyrus is game winning on the spot here. So 20% for that. Okay, cool. Easiest game you've ever played, chat. Just draw the cards you need. that's a fun factoid from Squirtle Glasses in chat. 19 of the 20 largest percent up days in stock market history happened in the middle of horrible crashes. 1929, 1987, 2008, and 2020. Volatility cuts both ways, and one good day in the markets, if that's what it ends up being, doesn't change the underlying issues. Yeah. Did something happen to cause the market to crash, or is it just from the tariffs? Well, something did happen to cause the markets to go nuts, and it was the tariffs, yes. It turns out, just doing a lot of heavy lifting there. Turns out, adding a 30 to 50% upcharge to a heavily global economy is not a good move. Speaking of. Heatran lead against Darkrai sounds lovely. Interesting that they had both Darkrai and Giratina and chose to lead Giratina. Jason Liam, thanks for the super chat. Gonna tune in every day now that I can also see my portfolio tank in the same window. It just saves you a browser tab, really. Appreciate the super chat. Doesn't that deck usually Darkrai? I don't have any experience with this deck because I don't really play these stock meta decks. Anybody have insight? Which of these two is optimal to lead on and why? Just for my own knowledge to tuck away. Obviously, this player had the option to do either, and they chose to lead Darkrai. We're looking for basic Pokemon at this point, so we're going to research before we Pokeball. I am actually not going to Pokeball. I guess these decks play Mars a lot of the time. They also play Sabrina, though. I'd really rather not get Sabrina into my Arceus, so I'm going to chill. Yeah, typically I've seen people favor leading this one, but I've not played it, so I don't know. Darkrai can attack sooner if you lead on it, because when you attach the third energy, it can go. Yeah, that's true, right? You go energy, second energy, energy, third. No, that's not true. They attack the same, right? When you go first, because of the way the timing of this ability works. You just have to attach your third dark energy to Giratina, and then it can attack. Dawn can change that equation. That's fair. It's a little unfortunate that this dies even with a cape to the Giratina. Hey, look, it's the Sabrina we played around last turn. Frankie Banks, thank you for the 16 months. Appreciate the prime. Welcome back. I think we just charge the Arceus at this point, right? I'm not sure I want to play the other Farfetch'd out. I think we just chill. I don't know, maybe I'm supposed to hit this. It's such an awkward game. What do we think of energy? Let this take a hit. Oh, I guess I died to red plus their second Darkrai. I'll switch to Heat Trade here and take a hit, I think. I'm gonna red as well to beat another potion since I have another red. Just use one of my cards here. I'm not sure what I want this last bench slot to be yet, so I'm gonna wait. I guess waiting is worse against Sabrina, question mark? Nah, it's probably about the same. Rippers, thank you for the baker's dozen. Them moving out picks them up their first point here. This is a punish for not playing on another basic, because now I have to put up Farfetch'd, and putting up Farfetch'd means that I have to cape it, or I can't put an energy on Arceus. I can leaf it, I suppose. How do we feel about that? Leaves me in a bad spot against Cyrus. I think I just keep it. So now Arceus is threatening an attack. Been loving the Heat Trade decks. Yeah, me too, Purple Haze. I think Heat Trade in general is a really well-positioned card. I want to explore different builds with it. So what's next on my list? Thanks, Mustard Machine. Good morning. Really tense board state here. Are you retreating the Giratina? That's what putting an energy on it means, right? We're retreating the Giratina? What do we think of Sabrina-ing them to kind of put them back in a spot where they still can't attack next turn without another leaf? Because they didn't have leaf last turn, so they're only 1 in 6 to draw it. I think I like Sabrina-ing them here. And then we put an energy on the Farfetch'd and quack them. Oh, with the cape draw, maybe I was supposed to leaf into Arceus and clear this, and then cape so they can't clear us back. No, they would clear us back. No, because they don't have energy on this. Yeah. Yeah, the caped Arceus wouldn't die to red because they can't red and Darkrai trigger an attack with this. This is only at 3. Yeah, I think with the cape draw, my play was actually wrong here. There's so many choices in this game. It's actually been really interesting. If we can clear this, though, we'll be in a pretty good spot. So long as they don't Cape Potion or Pokemon Center Lady this one, I think we're gonna be good to go here. Next turn is bounce the Farfetch'd, Arceus up, Cyrus, the Giratina, and put a cape on the Arceus. I think Farfetch'd is much better than the Cycle Pokemon. You really want to hit 80 over 2 turns. I think we're home free from here. Sleep Death, thank you for the 3/4 of a year. Yeah, like I talked about in the meta report this week, I think the format's really pretty well balanced. I think while this deck is obviously having good performances, there's plenty of things you could brew into it, and Heatran's been one of my favorite things to brew into it so far. Tron Girl with the brand new Prime support, I really appreciate that. Those bits of direct support are a big part of why this is able to be my job. Thanks for keeping me around. Stevie Sabashi coming in hot for the almost 2 years. I'm struggling to see a line for them from here, especially with the copy of Red in our hand. Yeah, and they're done. Really interesting game. I don't think I played that perfectly, but coming out on top feels good. All right, let's throw this Bad Bama Jamma up on screen for folks that want to steal the NFT for themselves at home. We're going to take a brief pause for the cause to let some adverts roll. We'll get some ad dollars while they still exist. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. We played a bunch of Pokemon Pocket today. If you're watching on the YouTube side, you enjoy my weekday Pocket live streams. An easy way you can help keep them going is by helping them grow by tapping that like button. Consider doing that. It doesn't cost you anything, and it helps this content reach some more people. Yeah, we posted the highlight with the Crobat Heatran Arceus deck over the weekend. And I was like, I feel like I need to try it without the stage 2. So this is kind of that build without the stage 2. I don't know who mentioned the comment about the tariff pause, but apparently CNBC anchors are saying they can't corroborate it either. Are you telling me the Twitter account that claims to be an unusual whale would lie to me? I, for one, can't believe that an unusual whale would lie to me as a person. What does it stand to gain? I feel like decisions I'm between in this deck is like 2 Cyrus versus 1 Sabrina, 1 Cyrus. Do I want a second Rotom? The big upside to second Rotom is you end up starting on Arceus less frequently. So you'd have 8 basic Pokemon. I guess you could also go 1 Duck, 2 Rotom, but I think there could be merit to cutting the Rocky Helmet for a Rotom. Dr. Diet Pepper PhD. So dropping off an educated Soda Prime here in Hoaglandia. I do appreciate the direct support. Good morning, good morning. Are you planning on making an Odo versus Communicator video? Thanks for the membership, Topper. I might at some point. I've just been... My personal life's been hectic for a variety of reasons recently. RFK Jr. has posted on Twitter that vaccines are the best prevention against measles. Turns out you can fix stupid. It just takes 2 incredibly unnecessary child deaths. Super Freak, thanks for the 2.5 years. Welcome back. Sorry, I believe it's actually the report I saw this morning said there were 2 child deaths from measles in Texas and 3 in the country altogether. It was the second in Texas, 3rd in the United States. Which truly, vaccines are their own worst enemies. They are so effective at eradicating these diseases that these incredibly stupid people have forgotten how bad they were before we had them. Honestly, I think they should charge the parents of those children with manslaughter. Badass, thank you for the over 4 years. Saint Lovejoy, thank you for the over 2 years. Am I Rocky helmeting or caping this? I don't think either is super relevant. I guess the cape is useful if they go Cranidos plus Lucario. I'm gonna cape to play around Cranidos Lucario here. Do I want to take the knockout with the Mars Shadow? Or do I want to put 40 on the Cranidos? That's so close. I'm definitely putting this energy here, so let's do that. I think I'm putting 40 on here. It's close, though. This matchup seems hard when they have first energy advantage. And their evolution. Okay, so now I think the plan is we go energy here. And then we Cyrus to clear this Mars Shadow. We Rocky Helmet this. And then Heatran can finish this if it hits this, yeah? Would be the way that works. So I put out second Heatran. I think I chill on Arceus for now. I don't think it actually matters if people like RFK believe the anti-science, anti-vaccine rhetoric they spew, or if they're just saying it to acquire votes from deeply uneducated people. The harm that they cause is very real regardless of that distinction. Okay, and then they're going to 40 here, right? So Heatran finishes. I'm out of ducks, yeah? Gonna play my basics out to play around a stray copy of Mars or Red Card. Already exposed to Sabrina, might as well give myself options. So if they have Cranidos but not Lucario and they hit me, they die to Sabrina. We're gonna be dead to a Cyrus plus evolution. Okay, I think that means we're good from here because of the copy of Dawn. Oh, Dawn wins the game on the spot because they put damage on this. Yeah, good call. I was thinking we'd work up to the Arceus, but you're right. I'm sorry, I'm slow rolling my opponent because I'm deeply stupid. Heatran's a really good Pokemon Pocket card, chat. We show the deck. We'll throw it up during the ad break. You're watching on the YouTube side, so you can scroll back on the live stream and grab it from the last one if you need it right away. We'll put the other Heatran out, so that way if they want to Cyrus us, they just Cyrus us into the other one. Hey, Luatech, Heatran, and Primeape are in a good spot with all the chip shot damage. Yeah, I think so. Although Primeape's a little bit less beefy, right? So it clears itself quite often. What do we think of Farfetch'd hit for 40? Then next turn we go energy here. Hit for 40 again. They clear the duck. And then this is ready to go and clear this. I could also put an energy on here and retreat this. And then next turn I can put it up for free. Yeah, I think I like that line actually, because I can put a cape on this and it won't die next turn. Now I just need to not time out here. Too many animations, too little time. Sometimes these decks play a copy of Giovanni, so if they have that in their top half, if they're playing that and have that in their top half, it could mess us up. I don't have a different supporter to play this turn, so I might just play the red to play around a cape out of them. No, I guess it's cape plus potion. Maybe it's wrong to play that out proactively. The other thing is, if they want to attack us this turn, they don't get an energy on Giratina. Which means this is off of attacking. The second potion here, oh, I guess it plays around second red is fair. I say the second potion's a little strange. Yep, they played around it. Dramatis! Thank you for the 27 months. I appreciate it. Welcome back. Is this pause them realizing that because they put the energy on here, they can't clear the Heatran? I think it is. I think this long pause is the sinking realization that they have to retreat to this now if they want to clear this. How much of the latter would you say is Darkrai Giratina? Anecdotally, 20% of my games at most. I take notes on the games that I'm playing, and like based on my notes this morning, it looks like we have won, or we've played against it 2 of the last 7. I will say, and this is a dynamic that's always existed in the content space. Someone in chat commented that chat is oops all politics this morning as a heads up. I haven't been counting the timing, obviously, and I've made more comments than none because we have the tickers on screen as like a meme to a degree. But I will say I always think it's used as people are like, oh, it's all politics. It's like we very much have played lots of games and talked very much way more about the games than we have the markets and the, well, gestures vaguely at the world around us and Mr. Drumpf. any amount of it is all of it to some people. What do you type after each game on your comp? I have a notepad here where I write down things to send to my editor. So I write what the matchup was, whether or not we won or lost. Usually most of the highlights are wins. Occasionally we'll put a good loss in there, and then what the username was, if I can type it, or if they're not English characters that I don't have on my keyboard, which is why I also put the archetype there. But they're not like any like get better type notes. They're mostly for content stuff. It's a first energy advantage, chat. Never heard of him. I agree with what Gap said, by the way. I don't think what's going on with the tariffs should be remotely considered a political issue. What has happened is deeply terrible economic policy, regardless of someone if a D or an R next to their name has implemented it. And the fact that simply because all of the Republicans in Congress, you want to be political, the thing that's political is that all the Republicans in Congress are sycophants, however you pronounce that word, and simply won't stand up to this idiot enacting terrible economic policy. That's political. But it's just like objectively true that this is bad economic policy, regardless of who's implementing it. And stuff like that, chat. There's too many, you know, people shouldn't, psycho fans. Yeah, there you go. We said it wrong, but maybe it was on purpose. There's too many things that get written off as politics. There's like things we should agree on, right? Like it shouldn't be political to say no one should go bankrupt because they get sick, but we have so many deeply screwed up people that it is. It shouldn't be political to say my grade schooler shouldn't have to run a drill in case someone walks into their school with a semi-automatic rifle and opens fire, but that's political because the NRA owns the Republican Party. These are just all things that like reasonable human beings should be able to be like, yeah, that probably just shouldn't be a thing that happens. But unfortunately, my country is full of people that you cannot remotely describe as reasonable human beings. What's the game plan here? Missing first energy advantage. Do I want to hit them with the duck? The problem with hitting them with the duck is I don't currently have a cape, which means our duck simply goes down to the nightmare aura. So I think the sequence here is energy on the Heatran, other Heatran out, and then next turn after this takes a hit, we swap this and hit them with the Heatran. Farted, thank you for the brand new Prime support. I appreciate it. Griffin Bruce with the 104-month resubscription. That's such a long time. I need to get the extra alerts I have set up working so they go past 7.5 years because that is an eternity. Welcome back. All right, I'm going to Leaf, and I'm going to attach a Rocky helmet, and then if they don't kill my Heatran and they put damage on it, red is lethal next turn, so it'll deal 100, and they'll have 60 marked on them. They obviously have a handful of utility cards, like potions and stuff could be a possibility. Cyrus lets them take this clear with this, but I still just get to shove Heatran up, and if they hit us, they go to 100, and then red clears them. Yeah, they're still not alive here unless they're just not attacking us this turn. cooked. Heatran is cooking in this metagame, gamers. Heatran is cooking. And Darkrai is for dinner. All right, we started a third of the way to Ultra 4, now we're halfway to Ultra 4, so that's not bad. Fighting opponent with first energy advantage, but Marshadow as their lead is not remotely ideal for them. I'm gonna vibe on this last bench slot for now because there's a world where we want it to be a Rotom. It's probably the second Heatran in this matchup, but I'll leave myself the option here. Kakiri, thank you for the brand new Prime Sport. Appreciate it. Hellman, thank you for the entire year. Let's get you a sword to go with that shield. Welcome back. Yeah, 110 on a non-EX Pokemon is pretty solid in this matchup, for sure. And dealing 80 in one go is also very good here. Our two copies of red are bricks in this matchup, obviously, but Heatran lines up pretty nicely otherwise. Just subscribe to make Bezos lose even more. Lovely, lovely, lovely. He's got enough. He won't even notice it's gone, I promise. I think I play the second Heatran out now to play around Sabrina. Is the game plan. I think I'm vibing on the Rocky helmet. It doesn't really have an impact on what's going on the board currently. I'm really surprised they left Marshadow in the active spot here. Is there any reason to put a giant cape on my Heatran while it's at 90? I'm struggling to think of one. How do they clear me from 90 next turn? Cranidos plus Lucario is only 70. And Giovanni's only 80. Lucario's only 60. Yeah, I think they need a second Riolu in play. I always get punished for holding my capes, so maybe I shouldn't. Red only boosts damage to EX Pokemon. So we don't have to worry about red here. Could Kangaskhan come back in some decks? I think Kangaskhan's like a serviceable card. It's just high variance and frustrating. And there's other alternatives, so I think people just don't want to play it. But you occasionally see Kangaskhan inside of some stuff. All right, well, now we take this knockout with Farfetch'd, yeah? And I think I put Rocky Helmet on Farfetch'd. That way our Heatran is better next turn. I love for your tree cost chat. They're my king. Ooh, we could Dawn and take the knockout with the second Heatran and get 20 damage on it via the helmet. Maybe that line was better. I didn't think about it, but yeah, I think that's a good line. I kind of want to hold the Dawn for my Arceus. Matthew, thanks for re-upping that Prime for the second month. Bezos is down 30 billion. He probably needs this fiber. Ah, shh, it's fine. Slide it to me. All right, and now we do this, and we do this, so they need Lucario plus Cape. Lucario plus Cranidos could get us, but I think that's fine still. They don't have any knockout points, so we have enough time to build Arceus to deal with Cranidos, I think. Every time I look up, you're getting knockouts everything but Arceus in this deck. Yeah, Arceus is definitely your backup plan. Ooh, that's an interesting thought. Wow. The second energy on the Riolu means we're setting up Lucario EX. Yeah, this could kill us, huh? I was not expecting that one. Because this lets him hit my Arceus also. Are we cooked? We could be cooked. We're dead to Cyrus. I need to draw Cape. I need to draw Cape. Yep, I think we're dead. Rats. What was that XP? They probably just grabbed the wrong card out of their hand. Probably just a misclick. That's close. Could I have played around? Could I have played around that Lucario? I guess I could have saved. I should have saved my cape, right? I caped my Heatran to play around baby Lucario, and I could have saved it to play around big Lucario. Yeah, I think that one was on me. That definitely was winnable, and I messed it up. The read that the second energy on Lucario early implied they could be on EX Lucario is good. I usually watch on YouTube, but I remembered I had a Prime sub available. Catch up. Thanks for clicking over to the Twitch side to drop that primer off. Anytime you remember to do that once a month, it takes a couple of buckaroos from Jeffrey Bezos and sends them my way, and I appreciate it. Psychic Energy lead. I think I want to start Duck against the Psychic Energy. I have first energy advantage. I bet the 17 Trainer Giratina matchup is harder for us. It's Kaya. Thanks for dropping off the primer as well. Push us up towards our sub goal. Oh, Roy, I saw your text message. I VIP'd you in chat. Although maybe I doxed your first name now. That I said I VIP'd you and you're in chat. I think I knew in the back of my mind somewhere that was your username. Tentacle Possum. Thank you for the almost year and a half. Welcome back. Do I want another deck? I don't think I do. Could go either way. It could go either way. I think Rotob's unlikely to be useful here. I want to play the other deck out. There are dozens of Roys watching right now. Dozens of them. With our copies of red and their bits of self-damage, we might be okay here. Copium. We do 60. They go to 80. We do 40. Might be okay. Probably depends a little bit on if they have another card to start putting energy onto. No second Pokemon Center Lady this turn is real good for the home team. So we're winning on board. Which is nice. I'm gonna Pokeball before I research because the card I want to draw most right now is a copy of red. And when I want to draw a non-basic Pokemon, I want a Pokeball before we research. I'm playing Rotom out now to play around a copy of Sabrina. So this puts them to 40, and then they're going to 20 if they attack us, which means they need Pokemon Center Lady or Double Potion. And they didn't have Pokemon Center Lady last turn. And even if they have one of those, I'm 1 in 7 to top deck my second copy of red and get the knockout anyways. Oh, that's so brutal. One in 7 now. This is our, I'm technically not dead on board line, but we're probably cooked. Sequence. They hit us down to 10. We're dead to Red and Geo here, obviously. And then longer term, we're dead to Cyrus as well. But I'll make them have those things. All right. We are up in terms of ladder points playing this deck, which is lovely. Doing slightly better than the market so far today. I'm going to throw it on screen while we take our advert break. I think we're going to give it one more loss when we get back, and then we're going to try something else as we work on our grind up to Ultra 4. Why not Sabrina instead? If I Sabrina, I'm literally dead on board. because they just put energy on the Mewtwo and then retreat the Mewtwo. If I retreat and Sabrina, they could just hit my Arceus with the Mewtwo, and then I have no line to victory. So I get that we lose to a bunch of different cards they likely have there, but my literal only path to victory is hope they don't have those cards. So playing the Sabrina meant I would lose one turn slower, but not playing the Sabrina meant there were permutations of how the game could play out where I could actually still win the game. So it's not just about losing more slowly, it's about can I convert this to a win? Rude Phoenix, thank you for the 5 months. All right, have an advert. I'm gonna run to the restroom. We'll be back with more of this when we return. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere, gamers. I dropped from Ultra Ball 3 to Ultra Ball 2 today, big man. Always take a break if you're feeling bad, gamers. Don't play angry. Make sure your games are sources of fun for you. It's a long marathon of a grind, not a sprint. Have you calculated the number of games you probably have until Masters? Nah. What about Cape on Arceus? I didn't have Cape in my hand that last game. A majority of people should stop playing when they get to Ultra Ball. We're still floating right about a 54% win rate, just under. We've been there for a little while. Halfway through Ultra Ball 1 with Mankey. Nice, yeah, Mankey got us a good chunk of our Ultra Ball 3 points. The deck is super reasonable. So, Arceus lead is not ideal, but we do have our 1 copy of Leaf to be able to fix that. And we have first energy advantage as well. They're a water energy deck, so likely Manaphy Gyarados, but could also be 18 trainer variations or a Brew. I think it's really appropriate that someone in chat said Ranked has been great for getting easy access to good games while I queue into 18 Trainer Articuno for the first time in a while. For the record, I'm not saying you're wrong, but I am saying it's funny. This might... So, I leafed proactively for the sake of being able to play Research next turn, but Stewie got it. They're a double Sabrina deck, right? So they could just tempo me back here, which would not be great for me. I agree. 18 Trainer Articuno has not been very common, and for what it's worth, I actually agree with the sentiment that my average game quality is higher with the ranked ladder existing than it was before the ranked ladder was a thing. It's just a funny comment to have happen while we hit. We've been playing for, what, 90 minutes this morning, and this is our first Articuno matchup. It's strange. I found Sabrina has evolved to a stall card rather than a finisher. Definitely, one of the things that's happened as Pokemon Pocket has gained more cards is that there's way less copies of X Speed running around, and even Leaf. So Sabrina is a big tempo play a lot of the time. We would like to draw... well, I guess red's not good enough. I'd like to draw another Heatran or a Farfetch'd here. We have a good follow-up next turn after they clear this. That could be one of the two things I asked for. What, there's one Heatran, two Farfetch'd, Rotom, and Arceus, so 60% to be one of the things I asked for. Nice. I know this probably looks like a weird one, but I want to cape my Heatran here. So that way, if they Sabrina or Cyrus me next turn, they don't clear it with the Blizzard chip shot damage. So this cape very much leaves it dead if it stays in the active spot. However, if they pull it out of the active spot, I want this to be this way. Speaking of the tempo Sabrinas, I think it's time for one, yeah? Yeah, you see, some of you at home who are right-leaning probably think I have the markets up on screen to make fun of Donald Trump being deeply stupid. You'd be wrong. I have the markets up on screen so we can justify the expense that I have taken on, which is spending an exorbitant amount of money for a gold Pokeball. Just so we all understand where we're at with things. I'm pointing out that the alternatives were much worse. Dead to red, yeah? Dead to red? Are we just fully cooked long-term here? I think we're fully cooked long-term here. I'm trying to think, like, what's a sequence that ends with me not being dead? I think all the roads are heading towards 18 Trainer Articuno devouring us. Gold Pokeball market holding steady. It's true, you know. We're dead to red this turn, and I think even without the red, we're probably cooked in the long run. Because I have to pull the Arceus out, which means it's dead to second Cyrus at any point. And even chip shots chase it down in a couple of goes, yep. You updated the new promo cards. And I have. We're going to see if we can make our number go up with good decks for a little bit first, but then we'll probably evaporate some of our hard-fought rank points with, it's been a while since we've played Corner Arbok. I think there's a chance that that card's not embarrassing. I think Floatzel's probably trash, but Poison Ekans into Corner Arbok seems fine. I think I want to do this for a little bit. Some similar vibes, but Cardivine instead of Heatran. Has there been a consensus reached on chasing the new promos? I mean, you don't have to chase them, right? You just, like, spend the currency that they give you for free, and that's fine. I wouldn't spend gold working harder at them. The event runs long enough that you'll get them incidentally if you just use the freebies they give you. I want lots of basic Pokemon, so I'm going to research before we Pokeball. Rip. I'm actually going to hold this Pokeball so that way we can research before we Pokeball again. DN Krua, thank you for the entire year of support. Let's get your sword to go with that shield. Welcome back. How do you get golden Pokeballs? It's the most powerful card in mobile gaming. Your credit card. You too can have access to beautiful cosmetics in Pokemon Pocket. How do you feel about the Battle Pass for Pocket? I think Pocket's Premium Pass is one of the singular worst value Premium Passes in any one of these types of games I've ever seen. It's really mediocre. All right, this is now 50% to get an Arceus. And then when we miss, this is 66% to get an Arceus. Cool. Every bit of the water buffalo there. Glad we waited to Pokeball. Maximize our odds. Whip it good. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Beep beep boo. Do 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 do. Ooh, if they don't have another basic, they are probably cooked. Sabrina looking delicious as always, and not just because she's a full art. Okay, and that swing and a miss means we're done here. Flytrap punching the clock and putting in some work here. Even if they have Irida here, they're still taking 130 from the Arceus. Or technically not dead on board. We have to have the extra basic, but we do. A little bit of a sweat on our opener there, digging for the Arceus, but once the communication came in clutch, we were good to go. All right, Cardivine and first energy advantage. I really want to try this game, but my instincts tell me it's not free-to-play friendly. So, it is and it isn't, like any of these games. The upside or thing to know about Pokemon Pocket is that you can trade cards for any cards that aren't in the latest expansion. And our current metagame, for example, has most of the good decks full of cards that are not from the latest expansion. Like this deck we're playing right now, actually, the only cards that are from the latest expansion are a couple of common cards. But there will almost assuredly be a metagame at some point in the future where, like, you're going to need the latest pack to keep up. But the core gameplay is good, and the IP is great. But as is the case with any free-to-play mobile game, most people are going to hate the economy. So Rampardos is the card I'm really scared of. So I'm going to tag that with Rotom. So that way, if they don't evolve it this turn, we can retreat, Cyrus it, and then weakness to grass. Let's Carnivine, put it in the dirt. Okay. I think that was a net positive for us. Almost a detached matter. That would be a big mistake. I'm going to dash attack one more time here, I think. If I get another dash attack in, when I pull this up, it goes to 40, and then it knocks itself out on its first knockout. If they have Lucario here, they can clear the Rotom. However, Cardivine plus Giovanni gets that in one, which is nice. They bricked. I think I want to take the hit on the Rampardos here. The weakness. Weakness to grass, super relevant to this moment. These Rampardos builds don't usually have room for Caper Potion, but obviously people can play anything. And if they knock themselves out here, Marshadow isn't active. 12-ounce skill. Thank you for the 25 months. Welcome back. It's a long time. Okay. Oh my goodness. I think this was, I forgot to put the energy on my Rampardos and now I'm rage DCing. To be fair, I think even if they put the energy on the Rampardos, they would kill this and then I would put Rotom up and take a knockout here and put an energy here. And then if Rampardos cleared this, it would clear itself. And then Arceus would be set up to get our last one. So, obviously, this is a very big misclick, and my opponent has salted off about it. But I think even with optimal play here on both sides, they lose this game. And again, just to write it down again, they would hit this and go to 10. Rotom would clear this Riolu and give us a point. Then this would knock itself out, clearing our next thing, give us our second point, and then Arceus would be ready to go on the back crack. Hey, Doji, thank you for the 3 years. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Ultra Ball rudes people, chat. To be honest, I'm actually really surprised at how little rage disconnects like this I've had post-ranked. I actually had way more salty disconnect things pre-ranked, and that was not my expectation. Just to give some context to our little stock market tickers there. Our idiot-in-chief has announced that we will do retaliatory tariffs on the retaliatory tariffs if China doesn't back down. And I assume there's probably going to be retaliatory tariffs from other countries that haven't happened yet since he announced. They're like figuring out what they want to do, and we'll like do this dance with a couple of other countries. So yeah, buckle up. It's gonna be a ride, gamers. Hopefully the tariffs, if they're gonna get to 300%, hopefully they get to 420%, so we can at least laugh at the funny number. But remember, Biden was too old to be president. Biden did a very fine job as president, but he was definitely too old. And Trump is also too old. All of these people that are past the retirement age are too old and need to leave and let younger people who are actually invested in the future of our country and our planet get into positions of power. My golden Pokeball cost me less than therapy. Mine certainly did. Yes, all of the talking heads being like, none of this makes sense, is this is exactly what he said he was going to do. He's just delivering on his promise. Oh, starting on Arceus when we don't have first energy advantage is such a big feels bad for this deck. Part of me wants to sub the one copy of Duck for a Sky Shaman. I'd like that in previous builds of this archetype. We could also play Leaf instead of the XP, but I'm kind of a Sky Shaman enjoyer with Cardivine, if I'm being honest. Mewtwo Gardevoir! What year is it? Based on the markets, it could very easily be 2020 or 22. It's 2008. Oh, no. I mean, you're right, but you're still out of line. I was wrong. It's 1929. All right, I've got a fun 1929 factoid. Who knows how long it took after the 1929 crash for the market to make it back to the point where it was before the crash? Does anybody know? Because I looked it up yesterday. It was not quite 50 years. It was 1929, 1954. 26 years, 25 years, 25 years. $25. If they don't evolve the routes this turn, we might have a shot. Is it adjusting for inflation or just the raw count? Just the raw points that the stock market was at. Am I just hitting them here? I don't really need to play. I'm definitely hitting them. I don't need to play these other cards, right? I might want a second Cardivine over here. They have Dawn. I can't play around a copy of Dawn. Dawn has us cooked. Wow! Bricked on the second Arceus. Unlucky. I guess this goes against it, yep. We're cooked, what's her name, though? Very, very well done in doing opposing Gardevoir. It's been a while, but we're there. Oh! I forgot. We were talking and clicking. I'm gonna blame 1929. Another thing that 1929 just crashed was this game. I completely forgot that our Arceus damage was variable based on the number of basics we have. I don't know that we win that game, but we're not just dead if we play out the other basic, yeah? Ubi, thanks, Roy. That's a good call out. I had to log that one into my... It's been a while since we played with Arceus. Arceus inflation pricing, yeah. Speaking of inflation, please watch these lovely adverts for things you soon won't be able to afford. We'll see you in 120 seconds. We're going to play some more of this and hopefully play it slightly better when we return. Don't go anywhere. Fathor Newman, thank you for the 14 months. I appreciate it. Welcome back. If you're watching on the YouTube side, you're enjoying the weekday Pokemon Pocket streams, consider tapping the like button. Doesn't cost you anything. Helps the content grow a little bit, which allows this to be what I do for a job, focusing on Pokemon stuff. We're gonna hide me for a second because we're sweating enough from the pedaling that the sweater's gotta come off. The Farfetch'd hasn't felt super useful so far. I kind of want a Sky Shaman. Can I play a Sky Shaman? I go either way on that. It's a mediocre lead. Number 1 Sky Shaman advocate checking in. You can play a copy of Dawn with the Sky Shaman. I don't think I have room. I think I need all 3 position swaps and all 3 of these. And adding the Sky Shaman makes communication X speed even better. And I think giving up Cape is insanity. I feel like, nah, there's no way we have room. Give up a Geo, I guess. The matchups where Cardivide hits for 60 being good are probably okay for us. Dawn is adorable. It's so easy to talk me into playing an adorable Dawn. Dawn is one of my favorite cheeky cards in this game. I actually haven't Giovanni'd that much. Win the game on the spot with a deal 60 is pretty good. That's true. That is very true. All right, I'm gonna leave it for now. Maybe we'll reserve the right to play a copy of Dawn later. We're gonna do this for the time being. All right, we have first energy advantage here at least. Arceus leads a big shame. Sky Shaman helps the Arceus leads be less awkward in a lot of spots though, which is nice. Wiglet gaming, scary. Cardivide is pretty insane here, right? We hit it. Sedge. If we hit Cardivide, we could have XP'd Geode to clear this. Now we'll play these so that way if they have Wug Trio and Misty Heads, they're less likely to clear the Arceus. All right, are we retreating? Feels like they're kind of cooked, huh? What's going on, Odie? That was an original this morning. I guess they could retreat and put energies on both Wiglets, but I'm gonna pick a point up here. They definitely have big, not dead yet energy. There are permutations of this game that they win almost assuredly. If they have a Wugtrio and a Cape, we're gonna be in trouble. No basics left. Are they playing just Manaphy and Wugtrio together? Is there only 4 basics? Seems a little weird. All right. They're going to pop throughout our board, gamers. We definitely have a board state that could die to 2 pop throughout. RN Jesus is going to take the wheel here. Oh, they do have another Pokemon. They have like an Articuno or a Palkia then? Weird that they played the Pokeball when they bricked. Because I bet they just put another basic in their deck. Yeah, double pop throughout's very scary here. Was a reasonable-ish outcome for us as local man about to die to a second pop throughout. I can only get up to 150 here, yeah, so we're cooked. I'm gonna red this turn, I think, so that way the Rotom can chase this down. So they need both a Cape for this and an Irida or a potion or something for this, assuming we live. And that's a big assumption on this board. Pop, drop, and lock it, Wugtrio. We deserve to lose this based on the points I've gained on the ladder with this card. Thankfully, there's no justice in the world, so we're good to go. And then they're dead. They're dead a couple of different ways here. We'll let Cyrus finish it off so that way we can clear the shiny one. I think it's deeply unfair to everybody saying the stock market's crashing today. Look at these numbers, chat. They're almost green. Have any of you even considered saying thank you yet? Oh, man. Thank you, sir. May I have another? Yes, definitely. May you have another? Yes, definitely. a Schmear match. Them leading on Arceus is not ideal for them, but them having first energy advantage is. So a little 6 in one hand, half dozen in the other. Our start's very solid here though, with all of our basics. Ready to crack that whip, gamers? Do 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 beep beep boo. I don't play this red proactively, likely because they don't have a lot of other EXs. I don't necessarily want to overfill my hand into a potential Mars. Just get my damage in while the damage is good. Thanks for the Prime Booster Gold. It is really unfortunate. People who are going to have real problems because of this psychopath. Lycon, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. So the game plan here is basically grab our first point and then Cyrus, Arceus, the last two, yeah? If a 401k is set up correctly, it shouldn't be invested in many stocks close to retirement. It depends on a lot of factors, and like the cost of living going up and increasing. A lot of people have had more stocks in their 401k as they get closer to retirement, just to like try and keep up with inflation and stuff. So yes, but also no is the answer to your question. This is not financial advice, but if you accept financial advice from someone playing children's card games on Twitch.tv, you probably deserve the bad fortune bestowed upon you from it. The only financial advice you're gonna get from this stream is don't spend money on gold Pokeballs, chat. The return is marginally better than the stock market lately, but it's still not very good. All right, I think we still take this knockout here. Is there a basic left in my deck? There's not, but I'm gonna get this out of my hand in the event of Mars. I doubt they're an Iono deck. We'll take this knockout, and then they'll hit us to 10. They could have a Geo, but in theory they hit us to 10. And then Rotom chips this, and then Arceus clears it over 2 turns. If they don't have Geo, I think we're in a very favorable spot. If they do have Giovanni and take the knockout of the Carnivine here, we could be in a little bit of trouble. Ooh, they don't have it. Okay. With this play and them building towards Arceus, I think I energy my Arceus, so that way Geo plus the basic clears their 140 from here, is the game plan. And then if they don't move their Arceus in, I could Rotom theirs. Well, I guess that exposes us to Cyrus. Why not Cyrus their Arceus? Because then it can run away. So the goal here is I want to use my Cyrus when it wins the game for me. Not before. Oh, I guess I could also just take the point on their Rotom here. I don't know. I think we're probably good to go from here. They already burned a potion at a Pokemon Center lady. Alright, and we win with the Cyrus here. There are a few ways to eat this Rhesus. I think I probably took the wrong line overall, depending on the Cyrus, just because it could have gotten, like, wheeled out of my hand, but it's working out here. I think I probably should have Rotom their Rotom to then be ready to Arceus their 1-pointer for the finish. But it all works out for us. Any thoughts on the promo Pokemon? Or are they pretty much same old? We might lose some games with them at some point, but I would be surprised if they're competitive. Arbok, Corner Arbok might be loosely playable, so maybe the Ekans is good. I'd be shocked if the Floatzel is competitive. Love leading on Rotom here, since it can speedy link out. Any thoughts on the other Rotom with lots of tools being played right now? I could see that being fine as like your 7th or 8th basic, but I do think you want 2 of these to snipe their back line to combine with your Cyruses. I think this archetype we're playing is super reasonable. It's one of the very competitive decks from the previous season. And then with them only having the Magikarp here, we just cook the Manaphy. You have free retreat on the Rotom, 50 damage on the Carnivine. And then even if they have the Gyarados, they're going to need a bunch of heads on a Misty to have a shot. Gonna play my copy of Red out here. Plays around things like Mars and others. I'm not doing anything else with my supporter this turn anyways. Dealing as much damage as possible is good if they have copies of Irida or Cape or others that can help give them some sustain here. I'm surprised at how many of the Arceus Link partners ended up playable, even if they shot a little bit high with Arceus itself. Yeah, Arceus has super sweet design. If they roll the 2 out of whatever, they can take the energy off our Arceus here. And then we need to get a little bit lucky the following turn. But so long as they don't Rampaging Whirlpool the Arceus, we should have them locked up. Nice. We don't even need a basic at this point, right? We have it, but I don't need it. Getting dangerously close to Ultra 4 Givers. Are we actually gonna hit Master Ball this season? We might. We might. Got 1,800 people in here between the 2 streams for some Pokemon Pocket. Keep having killer numbers like that. I think we're gonna get there. We're looking for our Arceus here, obviously. Just gonna set up the full range here, I think. I'm gonna wait on the Pokeball, because if we draw the other Carnivine, this goes from 66% to 100% to find the Arceus. And obviously, we need the Arceus real bad. Capier is tough, but they don't have another basic at least. Do I energy the Carnivine and hit the Manaphy, or do I just ignore it and charge up the Arceus? Charging the Arceus is better if they continue bricking on a second basic, but they're pretty likely to find a second basic, yeah? The problem with this sequence is I kind of need the Origin Form Palkia to miss on its first coin flip on our Carnivine to have a shot, I think. Traffic, thank you for the brand new Prime, appreciate it. The other downside to doing this, you draw one of our 2 copies of Geo. Unlucky. Glad to send Jeff's money to another Jeff any day of the week. Thank you, Traffic. Good morning, good morning. All right, and that Tails flip, I think, is the tempo we needed. I I think I just Sabrina them and take this knockout, because then if they brick on the basic for one more turn, the Arceus finishes the game, yep. I don't just want to take the Manaphy knockout with the Rotom, because I want Arceus ready to attack after my Carnivine goes down. And even if they, like, have Cape, I could top deck one of our 2 Geos to clear this through a Cape in one shot. Even their basic situation, do we want a Cyrus instead of Sabrina? Absolutely. That's a good call out. I don't think it's going to matter, but I think you are correct. I grab the other Carnivine here just to diversify our bench portfolio. Not that that really matters when the entire bench takes a beating. Devil, thank you for the almost 5 years. Appreciate it. Welcome back. Good morning, good morning. Hola Estrella, thanks for the 2 years. Welcome back. I mean, with the Shaman and the X speed, it doesn't really matter what we lead here. All right, let's draw Carnivine, huh? The only channel on Twitch where you can get a meta and Dow report simultaneously. That's true. Just the facts. Game ends on the spot if we draw a Carnivine. Unlucky. Communication, Pokeball, Carnivine, so many live ones here. I don't think I want to hit them with Rotom. Do I? Maybe I do. Hitting them with Rotom means that we clear the Manaphy through a Cape, which I'm kind of into. And I still have this to Communication into a Carnivine next turn. And this has a very free retreat cost for a variety of reasons. It's a shame we can't dash attack the Carp, but... Probably just tap the Carp, even if we draw Carnivine here. Nah, I want to clear the mana fee. If we brick, we'll tap the card, but I think with everything having free retreat cost to truffle shuffle around, we just like stunt their growth since we have first energy advantage. Sky Shaman really flexing this game, helping us get Arceus out of the lead spot, huh? I'm a sucker for our free retreat cost gamers. It's my kink. G-chat. Do you think Manaphy told Gyarados that Carnivine was gonna pay for this wall? Is that a joke that the Zoomers get? A lot of them were children last time around, yeah? It's been a while. They need, like, Leaf plus good variants. They need, like, Leaf plus good variants on Rampaging Whirlpool at this point. I have double Cyrus as well. I could be right to Cyrus and crack them for 50, but that kind of goes sideways if they have, like, Iridas. So I think I just take the slow and steady shots here. The closer I get to Mastered, the more varied my opponent's deck seem to be. I think this current format is very well balanced. Both by anecdotal experience and digging through the matchup data on the big tournaments like we covered in the meta report this morning. Do you think Dawn is helpful here? I think Dawn is this deck's 21st card. I think it's super adorable and lets you get some very cheeky wins in spots no other card would. But just like every other card we're playing here is so important to it. So they're going to retreat to this next turn anyways, so I think I want to just mark 50 on it. And we get to put an energy on Arceus, so even if it loses an energy, it can still attack next turn. And we have the extra basic queued up. So this puts them to 130. Irida could save this from Arceus next turn, but even if they have the second Irida, we could hit it with another Carnivine. And then we should be able to clear it over 2 turns. Yeah, I agree, Deep Purple Haze. I think looking at Pokemon Pocket's metagames, the only one I would point out as being, like, kind of over the game's brief lifespan is the Executor, one that we lived in for a little while before Arceus. Like, the last metagame of this current one were both pretty solid. Then I'm going to go ahead and burn my red this turn, just because we're probably going to need to Cyrus this up next turn, so I'll just get my damage in while I can. I love decks like this Arceus one. They always make my brain feel wrinkly. So many choices. I think Arceus Dialga was definitely the best deck by a margin, but it wasn't one that was impossible to brew into. I think it was less good than this current one we're living in, but I also wouldn't call it bad. I think would be my assessment of the Triumphant Light metagame, Derek. I think the only metagames this game has had that I would describe as bad is I wasn't a fan of the very first metagame with just Genetic Apex. I think Mewtwo and Charizard being the top decks was really boring. And I think the Executor metagame before Triumphant Light was mediocre. But I've liked the other ones. And what, we're 4 or 5 packs in at this point? So like 2 mediocre ones out of a bunch is them batting above average, I would say. And even the ones where the eggs ended up cracking it, like it took people a little while to figure eggs out. All right, I'm enjoying this deck, and at least one of our numbers on the screen is going up while we play it. So we're gonna tap our ad roll, and we're gonna play some more of it when we return. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Don't go anywhere, gamers. If you're watching on the YouTube side, please tap the like button on the live stream. I appreciate the over 400 people that have done that already this morning. Don't go anywhere. Like, make a face for a screenshot to post on social media. That's not how you spell commiserate. Thank you, Google. Whoop, I added a bookmark. Don't do that. I guess we'll post it on the Nazi site, too. I'm gonna run to the potty real quick. BRB. BRB. Water's almost gone, too. What's the first platform Jeff posts on? It's called Blue Sky. It's a Twitter alternative that is like Twitter from a decade and a half ago. It promotes content that's organically good instead of content that makes people angry or they were paid to promote. Just broke into Ultra 4 and it's such a grind. Yeah, I mean, like, we're almost to Ultra 4, but when we get to Ultra 4, that's only 1225, right? There's still over 200 more points to go from there. They're still so far away. Typical mobile game. Takes longer to make the progress bar go up the closer you get to complete. This is definitely a matchup we'd prefer to have first energy advantage in. Although, Carnivine's really kind of cooking against Darkrai, huh? It does 70-70 a crack, so even with them having first energy advantage, we're probably in a good spot here, yeah? Also, looking at my notes here, someone asked earlier how often are you queuing into Darkrai. We've actually been playing this deck for almost an hour, and this is our first time hitting the Darkrai matchup with it, as a point of reference. I think the current metagame is the best one since Mythical Island. I would agree with that, March. I think I actually prefer this one more to the Mythical Island expansion, just because Celebi is kind of a poopy card. But Mythical Island definitely wasn't bad. And they are actually not Darkrai Giratina. They are Weavile Darkrai, which almost fell off the face of the earth completely in the tournament meta this weekend. This deck is not very well positioned, I don't think. I'm going ahead and I'm playing my red here, which may or may not come back to bite us, but I do like getting my damage in so they can't potion out of range next turn when I Cyrus. Because if I don't red this turn, they'd be at 70, and then they could retreat plus potion, and then Cyrus doesn't finish them. If they have Leaf, they clear the Carnivine and then I'm in trouble, but they need Leaf Weavile. If they have Leaf Weavile, we're going to be behind. Okay, I think we're good to go then, once they brick. I guess I'm going to need to draw some basics at some point for Arceus. Hey, look! It's the potion I played around by playing my red last turn. Don't have a second one. Don't do it to me. Have a heart. I love when good play gets rewarded. I'm going to chill on this Rotom, because if I draw Communication, we can potentially turn it into our other copy of Carnivine, which would be quite good here. And I'm already insulated against the Sabrina. It's our best draw. Research into Carnivine Cape. Another Arceus. Yikes. Am I playing around a copy of Sabrina here? I think so. Want to switch to this Rotom so it doesn't die to the Weavile, I don't think. I just give him the point anyways. I'm actually in trouble to Darkrai plus second Sabrina, which the upside to letting them clear this is they can't Cyrus it now. Looking for Sky Shaman. Second Sabrina, if I put this up, I can't retreat it. And if I put this up, they could clear it with Darkrai. That being said, there's only 6 cards left in my deck. So if they have second Sabrina, I think I put this Arceus up because X Speed and Sky Shaman both let us pull it back out. Hopefully they're just cooked here and it doesn't matter. Yeah. I forgot Cardivite is super effective into these dark attackers. This matchup's probably pretty solid for this deck. I haven't run into it at all, but both the Darkrai builds are pretty alright for us. Oh, they have first energy advantage, and our hand is real bad. However, someone still playing Druddigon makes Rotom a little bit better. A majority of these Darkrai builds have given up Druddigon. It's not the Cardivite I wanted for Christmas. Can they clear my Rotom next turn? Is there a combination of cards in Pokemon Pocket that let them clear my Rotom? I don't think so, right? I don't want to get Sabrina out of my Rotom in the active. I don't believe a combination of cards exists that lets them clear Rotom here. They can't like Leaf and Dawn in the same turn. They would need like double X speed Dawn, which would be incredibly unlikely and not worth playing around. And they're definitely Sabrina-ing. They could Mars me. Yeah, I guess, but like it looks like I'm pretty bricked, right? So I don't know that I really care about getting Marsed. And now, obviously, we need to play out so we can energy the Arceus. Don't get Alliance. Wow. This is my Alliance safe space gamer. How about to spread some damages out here? Wow, are they attacking this turn? That means they're 2 off of the Giratina doing anything, right? That seems wrong for them. Alright, would really like a Cardivide. Morton Retroid. Tempo? I think I'm happy if they attack and clear the Shaman, right? I think I'm happy if they attack and clear the Shaman. It means they can't attack with this, right? The way they're set up. rewarded for holding this. And now, I think the problem, that's not a problem if they don't attack it at all. I get to do this and hit them. I think they're cooked. Is this a retreat by Giratina? And then they take a knockout with the Darkrai. My Arceus clears their Giratina, and then we're set up to get our last point next turn. I could lose to a Sabrina next turn if I don't draw my other Arceus. Otherwise, feels like we're in a good spot. They are through a lot of their deck and haven't played a Sabrina yet. It was not the other Arceus we wanted for Christmas. Red 2. Red does not kill me. Why did you use X speed to retreat the Shaman? Because Shaman's ability doesn't impact itself. To everybody that is currently backseat gaming me about the Sabrina, please articulate a line that allowed me to not be dead to Sabrina. I'll wait. There's nothing we could do here. Maybe. Okay, here you want to think about it. I communicationed my second Arceus into the Carnivine. And maybe I didn't have to do that. Let's check the tape. For the Zoomers in the audience, that's a reference to the before times when you used to have to look at a tape recording to repeat something. I think perhaps where we were here. Okay, so at this point, their Giratina is at 150, and this Carnivine moments prior was a second Arceus. I could have X-speeded the Shaman out and Rotom tapped the Giratina. And then it's at 130, which means the following turn, I can Cyrus it and 130 it with Arceus. But I guess that also assumes I draw another basic, right? Because they could clear one of my basics with this, and I don't have a fifth lined up. That's close. I think, looking at the permutations here, I'm happy with the line I took. Because the other line loses to Potion or Pokemon Center Lady outright, and it loses to not drawing a basic. Whereas the line that I took only loses to Sabrina if and only if I don't redraw the Arceus. So both lines die to combination of things our opponent could have from this spot, but I think the line I took probably is more likely. These decks usually have a lot of sustain in them, although I suppose the other thing to consider is that the Druddigon builds have a bit less sustain. One of the reasons why the Druddigon builds become less popular, so they can fit more cards that keep their things alive in them. Interesting game to think about. And honestly, that's one of the reasons why I've enjoyed this metagame a lot, is I feel like the most popular deck generates pretty interesting games a lot of the time. A lot of the decks I've enjoyed playing feel like they have a lot of sequencing decisions like that against these decks. Maybe it was a mistake to spread damage with the Rotom. I don't think that's remotely as clear. Because if I don't mark 20 damage on the Darkrai, a Cape very easily lets it beat my Arceus in the back. Which they're definitely playing Cape. Hit you for 50, you go second energy. Hit you for 50, you go third energy. Yeah, I'm winning that race, right? Obviously, they have a bunch of sustain in their deck, but... I don't think I'm supposed to Geo. If I Geo this turn, a second Geo lets us beat one potion, which could be right. The Darkrai plus the helmet changes the calculus. And they have the potion. Rip. Feels like a Sabrina angle, yeah? To be really honest, Lycan, you've been kind of aggressive today in general, and insulting my opponent that we are currently playing against is never welcome in my chat. You are always welcome to leverage constructed and pointed criticism, but hostile and needless name-calling should be taken somewhere else. Thanks. Wooly Thorker, thank you for the half a year. I appreciate the prime. Welcome back. Hoping for second Carnivine or... No, mostly just second Carnivine. I guess Cyrus is also fine. Oh, Cape. Cape could be good too. Cape, something to let us not die or to have a Carnivine follow up to this Darkrai. Liquid Tro, thank you for the brand new tier 1. Direct support like that's a big part of why I was able to do my job. Thanks for keeping me around. I think I toss back Rotom and go digging for Carnivine. We're 50-50 here. There's a Shaven and a Carnivine in my deck. Nice. Hoosier, thank you for the 15 months. Good morning. Anima Phoenix, the one market that is impervious to recessions, the Hoaglandia Shillings market. Thanks for watching so much, and welcome to the Shillionaires. Make sure our trickle-down economy stays in action, and our next Shillionaire will only have to spend 999,747 shillings. We put this up because the retreat cost is free. They have a copy of Leaf. If Cardivine gets the knockout here, it seems real good for us. They do not have a copy of Leaf. Yeah, second Cardivine looking real good here. All right, there's 2 points for us. They need something that can survive an Arceus plus a red, which a Darkrai with a cape does do. Oh, I also suppose I need to draw one of my other 2 basics to get the clear with this next turn, huh? Or Cyrus? Sabrina. Oh, Cyrus isn't quite enough either, right? Because this is at 120. Why not just put up the Arceus? Putting up the Arceus literally leaves us dead on board. They put an energy on here, they retreat, they clear it with the Giratina. Alright, they're dead to one of our 2 basics or a Pokeball. So 3 out of 7 to win the game. Cooked, unfortunately. That's so sad. And then, to top it all off, after being 3/7 to win the game there, we also aren't dead on board if we simply draw the cape as well. Although we die to a copy of red, so probably cooked either way on that one. I don't think there's any permutations that let us win this here. Yes, Elemental and Atuba. Tag me in the general channel on the Subdiscord server to get access to Beverly Shills. Super Freak, thank you for the 29 months. Welcome back. All right, I think we got one more loss in me with this one. And then we'll kick on to something else to continue our climb. We started only a third of the way up Ultra 3 today, though, so a couple of Arceus variations doing some solid work for us to start. We'd be doing even better if we could manage to have first energy advantage. Giratina Dragonite! Gamer of Culture. Unironically, I was considering making this our 3rd deck today. I posted a result in one of the community tournaments. I think it's super reasonable. Prioritize clearing Giratina to start. Why Dragonite? You can be a real gamer in Wugtrio because you want to go 1 point Pokemon, 1 point Pokemon. Going Druddigon into Wugtrio loses you the game when they knock out Druddigon and Wugtrio. Whereas if they have to go clear Druddigon and clear Dragonite, it's a lot of damage to get through. PD Pete Town, thanks for dropping off that primer again. Welcome back. There's an Arceus for us. gonna hit this again so we can get it into a range where we can clear it with Arceus plus Cyrus. Alright, that lost both our Cyruses. Not for long, ... If they find Dragonair to Dragonite, we could still lose this game realistically. Unironically, if they Dragonair this turn, it might be right to Cyrus and clear that first. Alright. 10 more minutes of pedaling, chat. And then it's time to go get some lunch. And Cyrus means they're cooked here. I'll just take my 2 points. While the taking is good. Rotop Cyrus is such a powerful one, too. We just need one more. This deck's very good, CMG. We used this as well as a Heatran Arceus deck to clear most of Ultra 3 so far today. Close it in on Ultra 4. It's in sight. Here's a thought. I'm putting together an updated deck tier list for this week. And I think I'm inclined to say we are currently in a metagame with no S tier decks. Agree or disagree on that one? Liar, Wug Life is S, that's fair. I've been playing 2 Wugtrio, 1 Giratina. That's cute. Oh, baby. Who's excited to scramble an egg? If they have a cape, they're playing it anyways. I'm just going to play my cards out. Not going to fill the last slot, because this could be a Carnivine or a Shaman, depending. I'm incredibly surprised they put that energy on there. First point. Oh, man. Say hello to my little friend. Are we done here? I think we're done here. It's crazy how fast this game changes. Last week wasn't everybody complaining about the meta being only 2 decks. That's not really the case. Things didn't change. Gamers just don't understand that, like, their current anecdote is not representative of everything as a whole. So, like, they complain that whatever. If they hit the same deck 2 times their last 5 matches, suddenly that means that deck is half the metagame, which is just, like, not really the case. Here's the sample size is bad. They should feel bad for bringing it up. Really needed Arceus. I left the Rotom in my hand tier because we do have 1 copy of Pokemon Communication. I would like a card to allow that to be a redraw into Arceus for us. If we find the Arceus, we're in a very good spot. If we don't find the Arceus and they have the Darkrai, we could be in a bit of trouble. And they had a Pokeball and a Research, so good chance they're going to have their setup. Ooh! A handful of the people playing the Dark Giratina deck in tournaments this weekend were also playing Dawn plus Arceus. That probably makes them a bit better against us, even into our good draws. Okay, that's our best non-Arceus draw. Because it finds us him. It finds us the golden god. Worship him. We'll play out this Rotom to play around Tempo Sabrina. We'll whip it good. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Beep beep beep. How do you feel about getting damage marked on one of their things that has energy invested into it? I think I feel good about it. I think every time I hear a video gamer say they don't like luck-based decks in Pokemon Pocket, they are revealing how little they understand about the card game system they are engaging with. In a way, playing Stage 2 Pokemon is a coin flip. Drawing your card every single turn is effectively a coin flip. There aren't non-luck-based decks in games like Pokemon Pocket. The cards that involve coin flips simply put the variance very directly in your face, so you can't lie to yourself about it existing. But they aren't necessarily more inherently higher variance. For example, a card like Misty is a card that helps mitigate going first versus going second variance. So while it has variance in the form of a coin flip, it actually reduces variance in another way. That's important. There's a combination of cards I die to. If I put the Arceus up, but putting the Arceus up means the Cyrus wins the game next turn against this. If I draw a basic. Man, it's close. Let's see what I get with this. If we get Cardivine, I might take the knockout here with Cardivine. Alright, when I brick on the Cardivine, I think I just have to move this to the active and take the shot. And you best believe that just like my country, I'm young, scrappy, and hungry. We're not throwing away this shot. Ah, remember when we were young, scrappy, and hungry? Instead of old, fat, and dumb and voluntarily torpedoing our own markets. Yeah, basics plus red would clean us out here. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 basic Pokemon total in our deck. One more Pokeball. So we're 60. Oh, they have the potion. Rip. I was just about to say, we're 66% to be able to clean out here. Unfortunately, once they have that, I think we're dead. Just everything, holy. Yeah, it's interesting. This deck actually has not felt very good against this Darkrai Giratina deck. We have red still. I can't play red and... Oh, you're saying if they didn't have cape. Yeah. If they didn't have cape, we would be able to clear this with the basic draw. What's more likely? Cyrus or Leaf? I think Cyrus is more... Oh, I die to the Darkrai if I stay in. And I die to the Darkrai if I stay in. I have to leave. Dead on board. Have to up there to the Cyrus. Cyrus is more likely than Leaf. If we weren't dead on board to the Darkrai, I think we Cyrus the Giratina and hit it. This matchup felt tough. We've also not had first energy advantage. We might have had first energy advantage this game. That's fine. I was ready to change decks up anyways. I am going to run upstairs while we take this ad break and grab my lunch. When we get back, we're going to play something else and hopefully pull ourselves on up into Ultra 4 today. It would be a lovely goal to try and achieve. Appreciate everybody hanging out on this Monday of Mondays. We'll be back real soon. I'll throw this Cardivine build up on screen real quick for people that want it. It was all right for us. Sans an awkward matchup into numero uno deck. Oh. Screen's taking so long. BRB. Chat, absolutely devastating news. The grocery store was out of cherry tomatoes when I placed my order. I am just now realizing it as I went to fetch them for lunch. Second biggest disaster of my day. Haba Hut, thank you for the 58 months. Appreciate the almost 5 years. Welcome back. What are we doing next? Let's monkey around a little bit. Peter Venkman, thank you for the 21 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Oh, no. We've been playing Pokemon Pocket for 3.5 hours. And the first time we queue up with the Mankey deck, we hit a Skarmory deck. Wake up, sheeple. How do you feel about the Mankey deck with Chatot? I think Chatot is a trash Pokemon Pocket card that you absolutely should not play. They don't have it, gamers! Get wrecked. Sometimes lucky. Midnight Tragedies. That's kind of what happened to my opponent here, huh? Crunch. Actually, and I didn't think about this. It feels oddly appropriate to play the monkey deck while we have the tickers on the screen. Perfect, reasonable sense. That's a really solid start for us here. We just don't have first energy advantage. Man, this Sabrina is killer here, yeah? We do this, we reckless charge them, and then next turn we can retreat into the Rampardos and red to clear. It also means we don't die to a Darkrai trigger. I agree that it doesn't feel like there's any S tier decks at the moment. Each meta deck feels like it has good and bad matchups and an interesting bot. Completely agree, meta. And they're 2 turns off of attacking with this one because they need another Psychic Energy. I don't get why they played the second Giratina. It feels like a mistake. I mean, if they didn't play the second Giratina, they'd be dead right now, yeah? I don't know that they're winning the game, but they'd be worse off for sure. This deck feels really strong. Do you think people aren't using it because a lot of people don't have the promo Mankey? That's at least part of it, but I also think it's less... The Giratina Darkrai deck is a fairly obvious deck to build and is rather popular, and that snowballs. And this deck not having a high play rate means other people aren't interested in trying it out. Head Smash is so much damage. When it doesn't knock them out, you take nothing back. It's like, this feels like cheating. Wow, that could get us. Man, we're in such a good spot. Why the heck does this card... Why the heck does this card attack for a colorless energy? Does that get us through? This gets us through if they don't have... No, we'll be okay. We'll be okay, yeah. They clear this. Next turn we go Energy Evolve. They can hit us for 20, 80, and Red's another 20. That's not enough to survive Aerodactyl. So, second Cape saves them, Potion saves them. Assuming we don't draw red, we have one more copy of red. razor thin margin here. We're definitely playing a deck that's benefited from a lot of these Darkrai builds cutting Druddigon. It's a tough matchup. Hold your basics on one gamers. Don't get tempo Sabrina. There's potentially a game-losing mistake for them here. I don't think I'm Iodoing here. They don't have another threat. I think we just chill. All right, they had to spend their energy to retreat. But I don't have another great follow-up here. I'm dead on board if I clear this. I think I'm Ionoing without playing the Amber. I really want to set up a Rampardos here. Ask and you shall receive, gamers. It's not you, Dylan. Iodo's really good in this deck for sure. It's nice to have some added consistency for the fossil stage too.
The arrow tap deck here is lethal, which is nice.
A second Druida God is insanely good for them here. It's a thing I can knock out that doesn't win me the game on the spot. It's brutal. I think that's game losing for us. Thanks for the primer, said a star. Appreciate you boosting Hoaglandia's stock market today. Goldman Sack! Hey, you know something about stocks, right? Appreciate the 10 months. We're only playing one Aerodactyl in this build. And out of the person who asked no Pokeballs, Mankeys are only basic. The Aerodactyl's too late, gamers. Because the Giratina is ready to attack now is the problem. I haven't drawn my cape yet. I think I need to take this point. Do I? I don't, right? I think I chill for a turn. I'm not in a rush. I don't think we're playing Cyrus. Anybody remember? It's been a minute. Oh, goodness. If I would have played this out last turn, I could have taken the knockout and then had other Rampardos set up to be able to win. That's fine. We can stall for one more turn, yeah? Getting down to other Rampardos is maybe a line. All right, did my mistake cost me? If this is Rampardos, my mistake cost me. Dead on board? Dead on board. Right. The numbers ticking below me, the Dow and the S&P 500 are two of the primary investment slash stock markets where a lot of people keep their retirements and people gamble other sorts of money. They're actually not really down much today. A lot of folks were thinking it was going to be a bloodbath, but last weekend was the big drop. We'll see how they do once the tariffs actually go live here soonish. But so far, so fine. Wait till we see how it responds to the new Switch 2 price, unironically. Listen, my 11-year-old already wasn't the biggest Donald Trump fan. Just listening to his parents talk periodically, but him finding out it's potentially going to screw with his Switch 2 release, definitely. That's certainly his radicalization moment. All right, I would like one Sabrina, please, deck. Is there a line where you as a parent wouldn't get a Switch 2? Nah, Hoaglandia LLC is definitely buying at least one Switch 2. Most of the video games in the home are purchased for, let's call it market research for my job, right? Yeah, let's go with that. Big Monkey, Iodo. I think I'm helping them. I don't know if I read it if they have Gyarados or not. They could, I suppose. They could also not. I think this mono basic theory could be a decent way to build up Omastar. I think Omastar's is not very good. Oh my goodness, video gamers! Stop breaking the law, asshole! Viewers at home can decide whether or not I'm yelling at my opponent or Donald Trump. Really, we'll never know. Sabrina gonna go ahead and put one up on the scoreboard though here for us. Oh, we don't even need the Sabrina because it's gonna come back up to the active spot again here. LOL. Why not both? We did not. Our deck was not gonna win that game, but the Primeval Law claims yet another victim. So fun fact on the delayed tariffs, when that rumor went live via tweet, you could actually watch the markets go from -2 or 3 up to +2 or 3, and then it wasn't corroborated anywhere meaningful, and then they dropped right back down again almost. We're still a little bit above where they were, but it's really a testament to just like how much it's all funny money and gambling. It's everybody's retirement just runs on vibes, basically. Have you tried out the Bazaar? No, I don't usually try games that don't have mobile or console releases off stream. 99.9% of my off-stream gaming is done on my cell phone or my PS5. Certainly cooked to Cranidos plus an X speed here. Hope we can dodge. Would Cyrus be helpful in this deck? Cyrus will be able to win you games on the spot in any deck you put it in. However, it is not free to put it in your deck. Cyrus has a very real, what we call, opportunity cost. Ooh, they're in a little bit of trouble, gamers. Our redraw was real good. I think I'm holding on to... Am I? A second Cranidos is probably good here, right? Is it? I feel like I'm up in the air. I'm gonna wait a turn. Yes, that is a very... Assuming the tariffs go live on Wednesday as planned, the immediate impact of these tariffs is every small and even some medium-sized businesses that cannot afford to pay tariffs on shipments they already have in progress are going to be in dire financial straits. And to talk very pointedly about how it impacts the gaming space, your local game store is likely very screwed if all of this goes live as planned. It's very, very, very not good for them. I don't see how they beat two Cranidos from this position, so I'm just gonna move in on that plan, I think, rather than Ionoing and gambling. Last Pearl, thanks for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. There are still game stores. There are, and they run on incredibly thin margins, usually by dedicated people who love what they're doing. I guess I could have Ionoed there to win on the spot. Maybe I should have. I don't know if there's a wrong way to eat this, Rhesus. I like Arrow EX's tech for this deck. Is it working out well? I think Arrow is a really solid card. It's not only a tech card that occasionally catches people with evolutions, but just like it's a fine finisher. A lot of your games, you like go Primeape into Rampardos into close on Aerodactyl. She's got good stat line card. $23 points away. Oh. We're so close and yet so far away from Masters. Nike came out to comment that they'll just sell our shoes made in China to China instead of paying tariffs. So some of the companies that are big enough will just straight bypass it. Yep. And the other thing is, this is really the rub of it all for the everyday person, which is myself and most people watching this. If these tariffs go into effect and they raise the prices on things, even if they backpedal at some point in the future, which is likely, prices will not drop proportionally. Just like when prices went up during COVID and then those companies posted record profits as their costs came back down and they didn't lower their prices proportionally, once people start paying more for something, they don't just make it magically cheaper again. It's not how capitalism works. So it's not just like this could happen and then like they realize they messed up or they're done with it and then like it goes back to normal and things are fine for people. Feels like the opponent's kind of cooked here. Hitting for 100 for 2 energy on a 1-pointer is so strong. I do love the Rainbow Runner. I like both Aerodactyls, honestly. They're both real good. Arrow is active only. I'm just gonna crack the Gyarados. Come to Papa. He's very angry. Man, when Annihilate gets added to this game, it's gonna be such a real card. Like Annihilate would have to be terrible to not be a playable card in this game, it feels like. If you haven't seen this deck, this is one of the many awesome decks you're missing by not following highlights on the Hooglandia Pocket YouTube channel. It climbed us through like the first third of this at the end of last week and is getting us through the last third now with a little bit of other things in the middle. I'll throw the deck list up on the screen now. I'm gonna take a brief pause for the cause to let some adverts roll. I always take a break from playing games when ads happen because I think it's super rude when those interrupt the flow of the gameplay. Throw this one up for everybody to check out. It's a sweet one, but one of my favorites this season so far. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Annihilate. Annihiape is a stage 2 that evolves from Primeape. It will presumably get added to the game at some point. YouTube gamers, consider tapping the like button on the stream. It's completely free and it helps the content grow. If you want to see me here every day doing pocket stuff, that's a great way to help make that possible. Thoughts behind one Mankey. You don't really ever want a second. Yeah, there's no Pokeballs here. No joke, chat. Half the time when I press the run ad button on the YouTube live stream, a dashboard that I have, it errors out. I feel like of all the buttons you could have break your page periodically, the one that makes them muddy would probably be the one they would want to make sure works. It's crashing in solidarity with the market. No, unfortunately, that one's been crashing for a lot longer than the markets have. I think more playable stage 1s help on the stage 2s. Absolutely. I think we need more stage 1s with good Pokemon abilities. to make up for the fact that in order to play a stage 2, you have to give up deck slots to do it. Maybe that page is just advertising Marvel Snap. It does say, oh snap. It's a good tick. Yeah, Kakuda having a coin flip to paralyze is a big part of what makes Beedrill solid as a stage 2 from our latest expansion. Hack Mage, thank you for the over 3 years. Welcome back. Paper Annihilates tend to be fighting type, yeah. Because it's a ghost type in VGC, yeah. It's a ghost fighting like Marshadow. Cool. Are we about to hit Master? No, we're about to hit Ultra 4. Which is still 200 plus points off for Masters. Why do you think Iono is better here than splitting with comms? Because communication can't help you find your basic Pokemon. And Iono does. Totally hitting Master today. Absolutely not. Oh, how cooked are you, little Mankey? Super cooked? I might just let the monkey go down. I think I'm gonna let the monkey go down. Maybe I'm supposed to cape the Skull Fossil, because they're likely a Sabrina deck. Most Skarmory decks play 1 to 2 of her. Is there a good metal deck right now? Tinkaton Skarmory is fine. That's actually going to be the deck highlight on the YouTube channel tonight. Skarmory Magnezone is still solid. That was in the new decks roundup on Sunday's video. I think Tinkaton Skarmory is, and I quote, not embarrassing. I'm not going to lie to you and tell you it's good, but I'm going to tell you it's not embarrassing. Mostly because Skarmory is a Skarmory definitely lifts with its legs. Skarmory is very, very good. Very, very good. If we find an Aerodactyl, you might be in an okay spot here. It's green! Chat, it's green! Oh, it's red again. Damn it. Oh, so close. I have been trying to chase down a very minimal audio delay in my setup for a while now. And I don't know what's causing it. I wish I did. If I Rampardos, I currently have 70 damage on this. Rampardos doesn't actually gain us any HP, right? Oh, does it gain us just enough? If I Rampardos here, do we end up at 30? I think we end up at 30, yeah? Uninstall everything and reinstall. I mean, unironically, a full system reinstall is probably in the cards. I even pulled all of my extra audio filtering and everything else out. Literally just the XLR interface directly. So I actually can't. I don't want to knock this out because then I lose the game on the spot. It's funny. It's funny. If we try Aerodactyl, there's still a shot. One Aerodactyl, 2 Iono, 7 cards, so we're loosely 3 out of 7 next turn. There he is, gamers. And then I think with the Sabrina, they're cooked, yeah? Because even if they put a cape on the Skarmory, we could just pull up the back one. They would need like Evo plus Cape. Yeah, they would need Magneton that's metal, right? Which is unlikely. It's green again! Chat! It's green and we're almost Ultra 4. Look at that. Miracles do happen. Miracles do happen. To anyone who's excited about it turning green, you should Google dead cat bounce and then let me know how you still feel. Google what? I promise you it's a real thing related to the stock market. Dead cat bounce. I'm not making this up. Ooh, I was about to say this deck's had a pretty good Meowscarada matchup, but Carnivine complicates it a little bit. We have our 1 cape though, which is nice. I'm gonna play 1 Old Amber out. Might be an Iono angle next turn. I'm gonna Giant Cape just in case they have an X speed or whatever. All right, Hyper Geo time. $15, number of successes 2, sample size 4. Oh, I was doing Hyper Geo calculations and we just top decked the Primeape. What an easy deck, chat. What an easy deck for whip gamers who like to win games. Anybody else feeling like an Ultra 4 gamer? I'm feeling like an Ultra 4 gamer. Let's go! Oh, yeah. Get the flex in, chat. Ultra 4 gamer flex. We're so strong! Such a strong Ultra 4 gamer. Easy peasy. Easy peasy. Alright, we just gotta do that like 23 more times. Oh. 23 more of those and we're home free. You see the deck? No, you could go watch the deck on YouTube from like 4 days ago. Saturday? 2 days ago? Is that all? 218. I only gotta win 22 more times, chat. 22 more. What do the kids say? Grind set, mindset? Just keep winning, it'll be so fast. How long are these seasons gonna be every month? The biggest question about the Pokemon Pocket ranked system right now is how far are they going to reset people? If you have to climb from the bottom of Ultra 1 back to Masters every season, it'll be the most grindy ranked ladder I've ever touched in any of these games ever. And it won't be particularly close. What's our win rate at the moment? We've been floating right around 54%. I've got enough games in a sample size at this point that will probably stay about there, I imagine. Everybody back to Pokeball 1 every time. That's what Pokemon TCG Live does, yeah? It puts everybody back to the very bottom? Or am I misremembering? If we hit Big Monkey, feels like we go into can't lose territory very fast. Can't lose territory very fast has been declared. I wonder if there's a world where we're supposed to not show them the Big Monkey, so they're more inclined to put Manaphy up. Pokemon TCG Live puts you back from second from the bottom. So it would be like putting people back to Pokeball from Masters. That would be rough. Just Misty things. Alright, we just need to draw a Cranidos. If we don't draw Cranidos, there's combinations of Zone Smashes and Iridas that beat us. Iono is our girl, chat. Works out every time. I suppose if they have Gyarados here and they clear the Primeape, we could be in trouble. Since they're giving hourglasses out for ranked, it wouldn't surprise me if they want you to have to grind to get free hourglasses versus not engaging. Yeah, that's fair. No big fish and Sabrina is lethal. Cool. Do we need to request a new Rampardos off the top? Nah. Just have a fresh fish fry, it'll be lovely. All right, we're into Ultra 4, and we've got a little bit of a buffer. We don't go right back down with the loss. Got that going for us. Mankey on one. Lucky. Played a bit of this deck yesterday. Genuinely feels like cheating sometimes. I'm really surprised it hasn't gotten more popular. And this is a really strong statement. And I don't make statements like this very often, so hold on to your butts. I think there is a chance this is one of the most powerful decks I've ever played that didn't immediately pick up in popularity. And part of that could be Promo Mankey being inaccessible. But it's hard to have that exact measuring stick. Bolg, thank you for the 17 months. Welcome back. All right, can I have a big monkey? You just see, chat. You just have to be in tune with your deck enough to ask it nicely for things. I think the deck also looks a lot worse than it actually is. Yeah, it's a fair take. Yeah, you definitely cannot play this deck without the Promo Mankey. Huge downside of the Pokemon Pocket economy for sure. And then red next turn, let's Primeape one-shot Arceus. I was really floored when they put trading live and decided they weren't going to let people trade the promos. Promo Mankey is actually one of the only promos I haven't flared, explicitly because it's one of the most playable ones, and I wanted to have max copies extra to trade at some point. I choose you, Rampardos! Crush the Pokégon! They did mention something about making 2 stars and promos tradable eventually. Eventually is a long time, though. That a 7-win streak? I think it's a 7-win streak. It's a big streak. How many points get added if one wins with a win streak? None in the rank that I am. Ultra and Masters are just pure grind. Are they cooked? Like, it's crazy to me how often I look at my turn 2 Primeape and my first question is just like, are they dead here? I think I Iono, yeah? I think I Iono. I think I want to set up a fossil. Like, it's crazy how many decks in the metagame I just put this out and I'm like, so we're done here, yeah? They just used communication too. They might have communicated into an evolution they couldn't use. Mars Shadow here, plus us working on a fossil could get us. Yep, we're playing a game. We got some draws and redraws. That means we're good to go, yeah? Giddy up, cowboy. Oh, baby. Holy. This deck speaks to me, chat. We're just like, Monkey and I are in tune. Just a complete and total embarrassment of riches here. Is the new float still any good? I'd be very surprised if either of the new promo cards are playable. Maybe the Ekans is fine because Corner Arbok is serviceable. But I think that's a big baby. Oh, we've got 2 points. So Aerodactyl clearing Mars Shadow means we're done here. I had 2 separate 10+ win streaks with this deck. Nice. Yeah, I think this one will be, win number 8 for us in this streak? The Dow is green too, chat. We're all rich. That's so exciting. Payway, thanks for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. Why doesn't this deck play at least one communication? Because you can only play 20 cards in your Pokemon Pocket deck. And Iono is better than communication in this deck because Iono helps you find your basic fossils. And like, I already wish I had like a copy of Cyrus and a second cape and other things. Oh no. Oh no. That's a good top deck for us. One Rampardos, please, deck. This is the exact same deck as the Ape to Masters video, yes. So this is a pretty big mistake that's very easy to make for the opponent's deck, so you should try and avoid it if you can. You should not play out your second Articuno in spots like this, because getting Tempo Sabrina is very bad for you. You should hold your Pokeball Articuno in your hand. Now we went from maybe being in trouble to probably being ahead unless they have Leaf for some reason, which is uncommon. If we draw red next turn, the game probably ends on the spot. I guess they could flip heads on a Misty. It's always a possibility. Yeah, but we drew the Rampardos too, so even that might not be enough for them. Oh, the Dow's red again. Cancel the We're All Rich party. Unlucky. Oh, did Trump give a number for his China retaliatory tariffs? I saw he posted that he was gonna re-tariff them because of their tariffs. I didn't see a number thrown out there for it. So they're 50%. Okay. And China's potentially not the last place that happens to, right? Like we could very easily see one of these other countries do a retaliatory tariff that he retaliates them back. Oh, it's another 50% on top of the previous one for a total of 104%, not 50% more from what we currently had. Oh, golly. Golly! Do I just spin the wheel looking for my 2 copies of red? I think I just spin the wheel looking for my 2 copies of red, yeah. Do I take the knockout with Rampardos here? No. I don't think it matters. That's kind of crazy. I probably also would have played the second Articuno, and it seems like that one move pretty much lost the game. Absolutely. The tempo loss from them playing the Articuno they Pokeballed up was too much to overcome. I don't know that we would have... I don't know if they would have guaranteed one if they didn't do it, but they'd be in a reasonable spot instead of just guaranteed dead here. That get our win streak up to 9? That gets our win streak up to 9. The win streak points being 0. It's 9, by the way. I know my screen's a little cut up. You all will see it on the next screen. We are one streak right past the floor of Ultra 4. We are firmly have a little bit of buffer. So Kakuna does 20, but I'm not going to evolve here because Kakuna also paralyzes, and evolving clears the status condition of paralysis. Yes, this deck, not only is this deck that we're playing powerful, but it is an optimal ladder grinding deck because it wins games quickly. 100%. If they have a full evolution for the cat here, we could be in trouble. Their Sabrina was so good here. If I don't have full art Aerodactyl, should I even bother? Probably not. You okay, Pokemon Pocket? Do you like the variety? You think this deck is better than climbing for than Wugtrio? I think this deck is more powerful than the Wugtrio deck. The Wugtrio deck is fine. I think this deck is good. Might be the end of it, gamers. Do they have the big cat? They get to clear this regardless, but if they don't have the big cat, the Primeape clears it on the backswing. Alright, so you're saying there's a chance. We know they don't have the big cat, right? So I don't Iono. I lose to big cat plus Giovanni, but not all these decks have room for Giovanni, and we know they don't currently have the cat. I think we just chill. Opponent had some lines there, but they didn't come together for him. Number 10 to row. Went from the end of Ultra Ball 3 to solidly into Ultra Ball 4 very quickly here. Speaking of things that come at you fast, chat, at least you have a warning before these adverts appear on your screen. We'll be back in 120 seconds. Don't go anywhere. You're not going to miss any gameplay. Thanks for hanging out. We're going to monkey around some more when we get back. If you're watching on the YouTube side and you enjoy the weekday streams, consider tapping the like button. It doesn't cost you anything and helps the content reach some more people. Appreciate the almost 600 folks that have done that already today for us. Got almost 800 people watching over there, though, so probably pump that up a little bit. Rampardos not getting a full art is criminal. I agree. That's so silly, some of the terrible cards they picked to have full arts instead of the playable ones. EU Commission proposes a 25% tariff on U.S. goods effective May 16th. And here we go. Oh yeah, that's the link. Look at that. And he threatened another 50% against China, so we'll see. We'll see that again. EU's slated for 25% tariffs on U.S. goods starting in May, middle of May. Does the item Life Orb exist in the Pokemon game? I don't know what you're referring to. I did not expect the opening crawl of the Phantom Menace to be so relevant this year. Mood. Makey on one. Lucky. Thorks, thank you for the 42 months. I appreciate the 3.5 years. That's a long time. Welcome back. Lapeel, thank you for boosting Hoaglandia's economy a little bit today with that Prime sub. I promise to spend Jeffrey Bezos' money well. Man, that's quite the combination from them to start. I think I want to hit them and just hope they don't have an X speed, but if we hit them and they don't have an X speed, the game ends on the spot. And if they do have an X speed, we're probably cooked. Fine, our streak was bound to end at some point. What's the cheat code to always have Banky on one? GG. I do have the full line for this, so we're not just dead. They're hitting us for 70, but they're still a couple of turns off of attacking with Arceus. If they have second Cardivine, I think we're up a creek without a paddle. But if we dodge that, we might be able to keep our streak going here. Is that good for me? I think that's good for me. And I don't evolve because I don't want to take 50. I could take the knockout without doing so. I guess playing this means I lose to like a Cardivine and another Sabrina, but I think I want the ability to pivot into Aerodactyl here. Top deck Sabrina is lethal. Not anymore? Not anymore. Unless this is another Arceus. All good things come to an end, chat. GG. The solid streak. Or I keep playing this one because it's been fun and good. Just 18 more wins away. It's only 18 wins, Michael. How long can it take? A month? It's 18 wins in a row. It's a lot more than 18 wins with some losses sprinkled in the center. Another opponent punished by playing their basic out with our Sabrina. That pause, they try and figure out if they're supposed to attack or not. I'll put an energy on here, but I'm not going to evolve because if they Kakuna and paralyze me, evolving clears the paralyze. Am I crazy or is the music different? Is this ranked music? Ranked music is different than the normal battle music, yes. I think they're cooked, gamers. What do we think? Stage 1. Stage 1 cat only has 90. It only does 40. Didn't they still have to attach energy to retreat Sky Shaman in the last one? They did, but I didn't have a line to actually win the game because I only had 1 point from there, Anthony. And at any point, they were going to move their thing to the front and clean us out. So that was an instance of, we're not dead on the immediate turn cycle, but we no longer had combinations of plays to allow us to win the game, so we moved along. This deck just wins games so fast. It's crazy. If you put up Rampardos and didn't attack, then they move Arceus in. You could have tied it, I think. But I only had 1 point, Tubo, so if I do that, they move Carnivine up. And hoping that we get a draw out of a play mistake from them is just not worth my time. I'd rather just jump back into the queue and keep playing. D as in dog. Thanks for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. David, thank you for the membership on the YouTube side. That direct support's a big part of why this is able to be my job. Thanks for keeping me around. All right, ate a Primate, but a copy of Red here. Clear this Giratina out real fast. Says local man about to lose to a Rocky helmet. Gosh, Rocky is so good for them. Ooh, that's perfect. Can you explain when it's better to Iono instead of research with this deck? I mean, there's really not anything super particular about research versus not. For certain amounts of cards in your deck in hand, Iono is more likely to draw you something. What are those amounts? They vary for a bunch of different numbers. It also depends on, are you looking to draw a particular thing with Iono that turn, or simply eventually? It's not really something I could give you easy turn your brain off, and this is the play pattern you follow with your brain turned off. You gotta think about it. Okay, so we're at 60. I think I need a Skull Fossil to win this. I need... My Primate's gonna die when it clears the Giratina, and I need to not put the Aerodactyl up to take 80 or 100 from this. So, ideally we get 2 fossils next turn, so that way we can have insulation against Sabrina as well. Are they debating retreating? Seems like it, yeah. No, okay. Sure. I guess they wanted to play around, they wanted to play around Sabrina, tagging their Darkrai. Would you consider one red, one Giovanni seems good for Meowscarada? I think this deck's Meowscarada deck tends to be good. Also, what breakpoints? You're worried about specifically Rampardos into Meowscarada? Seems narrow. Red is very important in this deck because Primeape, or Mankey dealing 30 into Primeape dealing 100 lets red clear 150 HP Giratina on curve. What's more likely, Leaf or Red? I think Red's more likely, yeah? So I think I Sabrina this back one up. Because if I 80 their Darkrai, go to 120, which means I die to red. Potion's obviously not stellar for us here either, though. Likely cooked in this instance. I don't believe I have any outs to win this game. We don't have another way to fish this Darkrai up from the back. Yeah, Mewtwo, let's Primeape. You clear Mewtwo with red, you clear Palkia with red, you clear Dialga with red. There's a lot of 150 EX basics that are important. Not a particularly exciting draw for us. The addition of the Giratina matchup, the Giratina Darkrai matchup is much harder when they have Rocky Helmet to start. Means we can't realistically hit them with Reckless Charge, which puts us really far behind. I guess it's our third game in a row our opponent has had Rocky Helmet on one. Very disheartening. And open a draw copy right here to clean him out. Honestly, the amount of helmets we've run into, I think the amount of helmets we've run into almost make me want to split the red with the Cyrus, Dylan. Because you can't have your good aggressive curve in the games where they play helmet on one. I don't think I play the old Amber because I think I need the maximum number of cards in hand if we top deck Iodo. I almost played the other old Amber out to play around this, but I think this is fine with the cape in hand. Oh, no, it's not, because I hit them with the helmet. I guess we do this and then cape, so they have to attack us to kill us next turn. If you found you want a second Aerodactyl in this list, there's just not room. I think if you're going to make a change, it's adding a Cyrus more than anything. Yeah, I think I'll split the Cyrus in the red after this game. Might just be a monkey grind kind of day to end the stream. It's very efficient for laddering, and it would be nice to like check Got Masters off my list of things, even if we immediately fell back out. Yeah, we're just dead on board. Oh, we're all the way down to 179 away. You can fall out of Masters. Yep. It's really, really offensive, honestly. It's one of the many things about the rank systems out of this game that make you go, who thought this was a good idea? Do they do that at Unite now too? They do not. Unite in this game are made by different companies. They're both the Pokemon IP, but different people producing them. Ultra 4 has definitely been the Giratina meat grinder. Helmet. Yeah, the helmet is less of a big deal when they're not playing the dark build, though, yeah? Because they're not about to jump up and hit me for 20 in the back next turn. I'm excited to draw my Cyrus next turn and not be able to KO this Giratina and push it anyways. Okay. Okay. How do we feel about forcing Mewtwo to the front of the class? I think I'm into it. Oh, wow. That's a little brutal. All right, Rampardos probably wins the game on the spot. Top deck Cyrus instead of red deck Sir to not be able to win. I have a few redraws. We can find our Aerodactyl or another Skull Fossil for this Granados. Oh, I suppose they need healing too, yeah? Because they take 20 from their attack. I'm dealing 30 to them. Alright, 2 stage 1s in 7 cards, and I'll get 2 redraws into 8 cards with Iono. First, they need a healing item to not be dead on the spot. Narrator, they did not have the healing item. Does a fossil count as a bench for tie breaks? It does, yeah. Alright, this is obviously the start of an 18-win streak into Masters. First energy advantage, you'll love to see it. Hand's pretty good. We've got the big monkey, we've got a fossil. Hey, look, it's our 6th Giratina opponent in a row. Daring today, aren't we, opponent? I learned the other day that if you have 3 points with no bench and the opponent gets 2 points with a bench, it counts as a draw. Yes, there are 2 ways you could win a game of Pokemon Pocket. You could win a game by your opponent having no bench, or you could win a game by getting 3 points. And if each person meets one of those win conditions simultaneously, the game's a draw. You each won one way. However, if one of you wins the game in 2 ways while the other wins the game in 1, the person who won the game in 2 ways will win the game. Aerodactyl takes this hand and makes it almost perfect. You just need a copy of red to clean this out next turn. climbing with this Darkrai Giratina deck has got to be brutally slow, yeah? I guess if you're winning most of your games, that's fine, but it does not play quick games, yeah? That's one of the slower matchups we play somewhat consistently. Oh, we even drew our copy of Red. They had Potion, alas. The good news is, without them having Rocky Helmet here, we should be able to run them down, right? Primeape goes toe-to-toe with the Giratina, and then Cranidos plus Aerodactyl should be able to clean up the Darkrai for our second knockout. Okay. Rampardos is the best draw in our deck by a lot. God, I think we're going to be in a decent spot even without that. I'm going to play my copy of Red here, so that way Cranidos threatens to clear this even through a Cape or a Potion. Do I play the Skull Fossil to insulate Sabrina? Yeah, I think so. Having another Cranidos lined up is also not terrible. Wow, are they just pivoting again? Unsurprisingly, this deck is really good in the promo event. I found it kind of clunky, actually. It was losing a lot because the game doesn't know how to work with Iono. My go-to PvE deck for this event is 2 Hitmonlee, 2 Hitmonchan, both the deal 30 for ones, and then 16 Tritters. I think it's this, so they don't get a free knockout with the Nightmare Aura. Make them have Cyrus here. Yeah, newly that hits actives. It's just 4 of the same characters, basically. The addition of Cyrus might steal us this game. Opponent has used 4 minutes off of their clock. We've used less than 2. Feels ladder, man. I cut the second red. Gamer, you're still dead to the Primeape. Do you have another potion? No, you can't have another potion. Honey. Giratina gamers and forgetting they deal 20 to themselves. Save a more iconic duo. I'll wait. Mr. Sheba Dog, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Maybe they just wanted to force this up, because otherwise I could kill it with Aerodactyl, but them killing this with the Darkrai trigger doesn't matter, because, they don't have anything that can attack. Pink into Sabrina doesn't do anything. They're out of energy and everything else. Or why should I remove the fossil? What is removing the fossil play around? If they Sabrina the fossil up, they can't kill it. We can just discard it. Again, they have no energy to attack here. All right, put one in the W column for Cyrus. Oh. $17 more? I believe we only need 17 more. 16 more! That's so easy, chat! We can win 16 games in a row. That's so many less than 17. I was ready to do 17. What's the bigger flex, Full Art Iodo or Shiny Wugtrio? I believe Full Art Iodo is less likely to be added to your collection, if I recall correctly. Have to double check the numbers, but I believe that's the case. This is our 6th game in a row into Giratina? I stopped counting. I believe that, though. Seventh. Someone go check the tape, please. That's not fair, chat. One of those Giratina matchups in the middle was 17 Trainer Giratina, not Dark Giratina. Sounds like fake news to me. Oh, I think I just chill for now. One of these days, chat, they're going to release a Pokemon Pocket set, and the pushed sweet card in it is going to be a Stage 2 EX. You mark my words. It's going to be gas. It's a shame they had a freaking cape for this. Zomberry, thank you for the 10 months. Welcome back. Appreciate it. I love how chat unison's just like, cope more, Jeff. Okay, so red lets us clear the Darkrai next turn. And then we have Aerodactyl set up and ready to go, which they need their 4th basic to not die to the Sabrina. Do we sit on red and headbang without recoil? No, I think I just take the pressure. Because this means they have to have the basic this turn. If they do Gen 7 next, the mascot legendary Pokemon are stage 2. Ooh, they're stage 2 legendaries? Which ones are those? I'm not super familiar with all the Zoomer Pokemon. Oh, Solgaleo. Yeah, I have, I didn't realize that was a stage 2. I've got a Solgaleo mini down there in the back. They evolved from Cosmog. Yep, I knew that somewhere in my brain. Alright, Cyrus wins the game. Otherwise, we Sabrina. Dead to Leaf. They already played one of those, though. You can't point to a mini and not show it up close on stream, sorry. Apologies. Oh, Cyrus is only 1 in 8 here. It's amusingly a spot where both Cyrus and Red, which Cyrus was before, would be lethal. So now I'm dead to their Cyrus next turn. Have any way around that? I don't think so. Primeape needs 2 energy to attack. Alright, dead to Cyrus and Sabrina. I assume we're dead here then. Alright, we need to take a pause. I think we've lost enough with this one that I'm ready to change decks so we can keep some variety going while also hopefully climbing. We're gonna do some Meowscarada when we get back, because we'll either have a good matchup into Giratina stuff, or we'll finally hit a streak of something else after queuing into that 7 or 8 times in a row. 17 wins off. BRB, have some adverts. Seven Floatzel, 6 Bidoof. That's actually cursed. Cats and bees? I gotta do some cats and bees, gamers. Do a little of this. This was wild to watch in real time with the tickers on stream earlier today for those that weren't here. 10:10 a.m. Eastern. Rumors emerged that the White House was considering a 90-day tariff pause. 10:15, CNBC reports that Trump's considering a pause for all countries except China. 10:18, the S&P 500 adds $3 trillion to the market cap from its low. 10:25, reports emerged the White House was unaware Trump was considering a 90-day pause. 10:26, reports that the pause was incorrect. 10:34, they call it fake news. 10:40, negative 2.5 trillion from the market. Just truly and wholly our vibes-based retirement engine. It's all just whose line is it anyways, really? So people are asking about this little Galio video. I think this is one the Pokemon Company sent me for free disclosure. I've kind of lost track over the years. They've sent me a couple of care packages back when I was doing Pokemon Unite stuff all the time of physical product, but we've also bought plenty of Pokemon stuff ourselves and it kind of blurs, so maybe was free FTC disclosure. Do people who I would get in trouble with still work at the FTC, or has Doge fired all of them by now? Does that matter? definitely doesn't matter. Probably not. But for the sake of transparency. I was so excited to be going second that I noticed Weedle was our basic. So by the numbers, this deck's fighting matchup is not good from the tournament data. However, it felt pretty alright to me when we played it last time. Guaranteed way to break your 8-game streak against Giratina Darkrai. Queue up with the deck that can beat it. Beep, 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 beep. Float like a butterfly, sting like a beetle. Weedle. Cape, okay. I don't know what Cape really does for them here. Is it Kakuta plus Cape? Or is it Baby Kitty? I think it's Kakuta plus Cape. We wanna cape it so that way we don't die to Lucario next turn. And obviously they could have double Lucario and get us, but that's what it is. We have the option to play around single Lucario, so I think we do that. This heads does not matter if they have an evolution. Maybe I'm supposed to hold this other stage 1 in the event we draw communication. Nice. Sweet heads here for us. Oh, you know what, too? I should put this other energy in here. A couple of mistakes. I should put the other energy on here so that way I could retreat this next turn, potentially. And be able to attack. Sweet Wong variant. Oh, that's right. Marvel Snap is finally playable, huh? Feature location is over. So this has 80 marked on it, so this would be at 110. I think I flip another coin on String Shot here. I think if I get another heads, then we can clear with the Beedrill next turn. Would be ideal. Rats. I'm muted. I don't know how long we've been muted for there. That's funny.
Hey, Daddy, do you know?
I was mostly chatting with her.
Hey, Daddy, do you know?
We've been muted since Haley walked in. That's funny.
Hey, Daddy, do you know when the candles on these outside on one of the chairs out there?
It's broken.
Yeah.
Yep, that's okay.
Do you-
Brothers have the janky chairs, we call them. They're kind of broken.
Yeah, they get broken.
But they're just brothers. They can have the part broken chair. They'll be fine.
Do they only do these pops break? Only these pops break? So these two pops break?
Hopefully my chair's not going to break. I like my chair. Giratina Alakazam.
Hey, Daddy.
Surefire way to...
Hey, Daddy, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
But only you can hear the people in you. I wish I can hear the people, so I know what you're saying in the video.
The people watching the video can hear you too. This is the microphone. They hear you when you talk.
Ooh.
It's pretty fancy, huh?
But I can't hear the people that...
Well, they don't talk back to me. See these words? There's words up here. They write words to me in text. They type on their keyboard. I don't hear their voices.
Oh, that's why they write me notes.
Yep.
What does it...
They write me notes. That's exactly right.
And they stay on there?
Yep.
So you remember? Daddy, what do all those notes say?
They say lots of different things. They let me know I was muted. They said someone said you're getting big. Are you getting big?
Yay.
Yes, you're huge.
How do they know I'm getting big?
Well, because they've seen you when you were little here. So they know you're huge.
And have they seen me when I grow?
So what's the game plan here? I think it's
My hand stays on.
research.
Daddy. Hey, Daddy. You are getting old.
I'm getting old. That is technically correct, even if you are rude to say it.
Well, that is the word because you're getting old.
Yeah,
You're real getting old.
I'm
not-
really getting old.
Yeah, I'm not kidding.
You're not kidding.
Yeah, you're really getting old. Why are their cards upside down but also up?
It puts all the cards so we can see them, and all our cards are so they can see them. It shows them different on each screen.
Daddy, can I see their cards?
You see their cards? This is Giratina.
Can you only show the cards that they're playing with?
Yep. It's Abra.
Which one's Apple?
This one's Abra.
Oh, but you can also see the ones. What's that one next to Apple?
I think I evolved the Florgato at this point.
Daddy.
I was gonna play my evolutions out, except for this one, because I want the flexibility to string shot. I think we tap them with this now.
Daddy.
Their Alakazams are really bad against all of our 2 energy
Hey,
attackers.
Daddy, can you ever fix your chair again if it breaks?
You can fix it, yep.
Even if it breaks?
Yep.
But you don't want to rebuild it.
No.
That's why you just want it to stay together.
Yep.
And Daddy,
And Haley,
how much more minutes into your next break?
when I finish this game, I'm gonna take my break a little bit early to deliver you upstairs. And it's definitely not because you're annoying, and it's definitely because you're adorable.
And because I want yogurt.
Yogurt!
I want yogurt when you take your next break. Mommy can't do it because she's warm. It's not because, but her meeting has a lot of run-ups. That's why she's not at a meeting. My hand
I guess
done.
I kinda need my copy of
Put your
Cape
hand back.
here. Assuming they have Alakazam.
I think you should walk.
If they have 3 energy Alakazam here,
Hey, Daddy. What's
they can clean the Meowscarada
Hey, Daddy.
for 120, so hopefully they're on the new Alakazam.
Hey, Daddy.
Yes, Haley.
Hey, Daddy. What are the notes on these sides for?
Those are 2 different ways people send messages. There are lots of notes.
For you. Are there gonna be more places for you to have notes?
Maybe.
Oh, I think there might be notes for you.
Yeah, they have old Alakazam still.
Are they? What is down here? For?
So, Alakazam does 90, followed by 120 to be drill.
Daddy, what is here for?
Those notes actually write down the words that I'm saying. So that way people who can't hear can read what I speak. Ooh, that could be a cheeky one to get us there.
Who's Chad anyways?
Oh, I needed one more, yeah.
Like young.
Are we dead now?
Hello.
They hit me, I hit them. They hit me, I live. Yeah, I guess if they don't have a copy of, if they don't have a copy of red or Erica,
I wonder what you are. Like a diamond in the sky.
Yeah, we take 90 followed by 120, which is 210 total.
A B C D E F
And we lost Erica.
H
All right, there are 2 Ericas and 3 cards. So we are, and they actually gave us the cape. So if we hit our 66%er here, if we hit our 66%er here, we win. Nice.
U B W
I suppose
X,
they could have some healing next turn.
Y and Z. Now I know my ABCs. Next time will you sing with me? Is this yes? You're my daddy. Ooh, 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 ooh. Wait, unless you need the hands grabbing this, I suspected it.
What's going on, Salicus? Thanks for the third of the year. All right, so Cyrus lets us chase down the Alakazam here, and we're good to go. Hold on, I'm about to win my game, Haley, and then we'll take you upstairs. Come back to Papa. You would like to sting like a bee. All right, we've bested the Alakazam deck
You're
gamers.
about to win the game.
We're at our 3rd point.
We won the game. Yeah!
Yay! All right, I want to tap the ad break a little bit before it needs to go, so I can deliver the toddler for us.
Yeah!
All right, 15 wins, gamers. 15 wins that we're at the top. Whoop Ball, thank you for the 15 months. Welcome back.
My
Your dad.
My dad forever. Why is the button so big?
All right, BRB gamers.
Hey, Daddy, why are the buttons so big?
They're so big.
But why are they so big? Daddy, carry me home.
I am carrying you.
That's not normal.
It's not normal. Zappy CL, thank you for the brand new Prime support. Appreciate that. Those direct bits are a big part of why I was able to do my job. Thanks for keeping me around. How do I request Wheels on the Bus? She does enjoy her songs. We're going first. We have Kakuna on curve, which is nice. Team Rocket. Grunts, also not bad. Ideally, you never want the Weedle to start, but it's going to happen. Having the Kakuna to follow it up is perfect. Yes, munching on some type of wheat then. What are these? Tomato and basil. All right, let's see if we can continue flipping heads here, huh? Falling out of Masters has to be one of the worst decisions they've ever made. Big agree. It's a truly baffling decision. I don't know that we'll necessarily evolve this one right away, since we do have a communication, so holding that could have some value. I got up as high as 1550, and now I'm back in Ultra. That's brutal. I'm mostly operating out of the assumption that even if I hit Masters, we won't necessarily stay there. Just because I want to, like, actually be able to play different decks. Alright, Kakuna Matata. I'd like to paralyze once more. Lovely. Good night. That's crazy how good this stage one is. Oh, wow. Rip. Oh, wait, they already played their energy on Giratina. Feels like they messed up. And then red here lets us clean this in one. they have Giovanni. A lot of these decks play one of those. They could still be in this game potentially. In the last game, why didn't you knock out Giratina with red from the beginning without giving that point? I have no idea, bud. Was it the game where my daughter was climbing all over my face? I'm lucky if I can remember a game when it has my full undivided attention, much less when there's a toddler involved. I guess I'm in kind of a medium spot if this doesn't paralyze now because of Sabrina. Next turn, I could go energy plus cape, and maybe that gets us across the finish line. The whole Beedrill line feels really clean. I agree with that. Yeah, rip. Punish for not evolving this ahead of time. Need to top deck our Beedrill or our Communication. Have two copies of Beedrill and 5 cards effectively. There's a research in there too. Lovely. Not all heroes wear capes, chat, but this Beedrill certainly does. What do you think of the Beedrill line and Carnivine Arceus? I think playing more EX Pokemon in that Arceus deck is not a good plan. I think that deck really wants to go 1.1 point Arceus, and Beedrill doesn't help you do that. Alright, we can still lose this. They get to put 2 energies on this. I've not played my copy of Cyrus, so we're 1 in 4 to grab that. Oh, golly. So now I have to find my copy of Cyrus, or we lose. Rip. Close. You dislike Arceus decks a lot. I think that's an incredibly silly statement. I think Arceus as a card and the fact that it's colorless means it goes into such a huge range of decks, and saying, I just dislike Arceus, really, I don't know, maybe you're just like are salty about the card being tier 1 from the previous season and you're a hipster, but there's a huge range of play patterns in different Arceus decks. Like Arceus Dialga, Arceus Carnivine, Arceus Heatran variations, like all of these decks play out very differently from each other. So it's really strange to me to look at a card like that and be like, oh, I dislike everything going on here, because it has a lot of different options that you can have going on. All right, speaking of different things going on, I think we're going to wrap on Pocket for today, but I feel like streaming for a little bit more, and Snap has ended their poopy feature location, so narrator, all feature locations are poopy, so let's snap for a little bit. We'll be back with some more Pocket stuff tomorrow morning. If you're looking for more Pocket stuff for me, I'm going to hit publish on a Tinkaton highlight on the Hoaglandia Pocket YouTube channel, but otherwise hang out here on Twitch for some stamping this afternoon. Don't go anywhere.